Chapter 164. Likewise. Yao Sulwan was finally intimidated by Yao Moan's ruthlessness and subconsciously took a step back. However, her eyes remained calm. "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived." At the side, Mingyu alerted her. When Yao Sulwan heard this, she immediately turned to leave, but Yao Moan grabbed her wrist. You want to leave just because it's almost over? Is there such a good thing in this world?" Yao Moan laughed coldly. As she spoke, she abruptly pulled Yao Sulwan out of the crowd and threw her to the ground. She then fell in the direction Yi Hongyi was walking towards. "What are you all doing? Hurry and retreat." "Yo, Your Highness Consort Yao, what's wrong?" And Bing Shan had driven the crowd away before Yi Hongyi. However, the moment he stepped forward, he saw Yao Moan sitting on the ground with tears in her eyes. When they saw it was in Bing Shan, all of the eunuchs and palace maids scattered. In an instant, only Yao Moan, Yao Sulwan, and Mingyu, who was carefully waiting behind Yao Sulwan, were left in front of Changle Palace. "Whoa!" Yao Moan cried pitifully. Her hand that was dripping with blood left a glaring red mark on the ground. "Wan why are you here?" The moment he saw Yao Moan, Yi Hongyi immediately stepped forward and gripped Yao Moan's shoulders. "It's second older sister." Second older sister said that Moan isn't an idiot and insisted that Moan come to see the corpses. "They're so scary." Moan wants to go back, but second older sister won't let her. She forcefully pressed Moan here. "Your Majesty, Moan is so scared." Yao Moan threw herself into Yi Hongyi's embrace as if begging for help, but jumped out in the next second. "It hurts." When he saw the blood seeping out of Yao Moan's fingers and arm, Yi Hongyi's deep eyes suddenly turned as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. The thick clouds on his face revealed his current fury. And Bing Shan immediately summoned the Imperial Doctor to Guan Osprey Palace. "Azure Dragon. Get rid of those 3 corpses for Zhen." Yi Hongyi pulled the weeping Yao Moan into his arms and walked towards Yao Sulwan with vicious steps. "Your Majesty, I didn't." In her shock, Yao Sulwan forced herself to remain calm as she faced Yi Hongyi's bone-chilling gaze. The current her no longer needed to kneel in front of Yi Hongyi and beg. The relationship between them had long been broken to the point where there was no room for reconciliation. "No. Who else but you would do such a thing?" Yi Hongyi spoke ruthlessly, his voice as cold as ice. Yao Sulwan could hear the meaning behind his words. He was referring to the corpses of Nurse Sun and the other 2. She expected that after this incident, Yi Hongyi would hate her even more. However, as long as she could successfully provoke a conflict between Yi Hongyi and Yi Junqing, would he still have the energy to deal with her? Furthermore, Yi Hongyi wouldn't take this risk unless he had no other choice. "Your Majesty is wise, this concubine is truly innocent." She didn't care that Yao Moan had framed her. Even if this hadn't happened, the conflict between her and Yi Hongyi would have long been irreconcilable. "Zhen will naturally be wise," said Yi Hongyi coldly. Then he turned to leave with Yao Moan in his arms. The instant he turned, Yi Hongyi subconsciously glanced at Changle Palace. His heart suddenly felt like it was bound by something. That strange feeling caused Yi Hongyi's heart to tremble. Regret? No. Yao Moxin's death allowed him to enjoy a relief he had never felt before. Even though Yao Moan's arm was only a superficial wound, Yi Hongyi still made a big fuss over a minor issue and summoned all the imperial doctors to Guan Osprey Palace. He even threatened that if Yao Moan's wound left a scar, he would slaughter every single one of them. This kind of honor was unprecedented, and it would be impossible for there to be someone like him in the future. That night, Yi Hongyi sent Tingyu and the others away. He held Yao Moan in his arms as they lay on the bed. He only let go after confirming that Yao Moan had fallen asleep. Afterwards, he tossed and turned restlessly, only falling asleep at midnight. We don't regret it, and we won't regret it. Only when you're dead, will we feel that we're alive. Once you're dead, we won't be a puppet anymore. When she heard Yi Hongyi's muttering, Yao Mo Wan slowly opened her eyes. Her deep and serene eyes were like two boundless night skies, yet also like two black holes, making it impossible for people to look away after just one glance. This time, Yi Hongyi didn't leave at midnight. Instead, he stayed with Yao Moan until very late. However, Yi Hongyi still didn't leave breakfast at Guan Osprey Palace. When the exhausted Yao Moan lazily walked to the table, Yi Junqing had already been sitting there waiting for a long time. How do you explain what happened to Nurse Sun? Yi Junqing's expression was as calm as water. His clear eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. Even so, Yao Moan could still feel the anger coming from him. It's very hard to explain. At the time, she had ordered Lu Xing to find a random corpse and bury it near the cold palace's garden. She had lied that Nurse Sun had been silenced by An Bingshan because she had never imagined that there would be a day when Nurse Sun's corpse would be hung in front of Peaceful Music Palace. Now that the truth was right in front of her, she didn't seem to have anything to explain. So you were lying to this prince before? When Yi Junqing saw the corpses of Nurse Sun and the other two, he had already come to this conclusion. Yao Moan shrugged in agreement. She couldn't refute that. This prince has carefully investigated. Nurse Sun, Eunuch Zheng, and Yun Er were all killed with a single stab. The killer's martial arts were excellent. In the entire imperial palace, besides Yi Hongyi's 4 great bodyguards, no one else has such nimble methods. This prince doesn't understand. Could it be that Yi Hongyi killed Nurse Sun and the others? Why? Yi Junqing spent the entire night pondering this, but he couldn't find an answer that could convince him. If it wasn't for them not taking good care of you, would eldest sister have died? Yao Moan lowered her eyes as she picked up the porcelain bowl. Ever since her rebirth, Yao Moan had said countless things that went against her heart, but this was the only thing that made her heart feel like it was being stabbed. That's what you think. Yi Junqing didn't want to dwell on Yao Moan's previous deception. He only wanted to know how Nurse Sun and the other two had fallen to such a miserable state. What else could it be? Has Prince thought of a reason why His Majesty killed the 3 of them? Yao Moan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Her eyes were as clear as spring water, without a trace of impurity. Mo Xin's difficult labor wasn't their fault, so why did His Majesty have to accommodate them? If Mo Xin knew this in the underworld, she would definitely be heartbroken. Yi Junqing roared in grief and indignation. His tightly clenched fists displayed his current fury. Just how much did His Majesty love eldest sister? Yao Moan smiled coldly as she scooped up the ginseng porridge in the porcelain bowl. That's not right. If it was as simple as you say, then why would someone hang their corpses outside Changle Palace? The perpetrator clearly wanted to make a big deal out of it, but what exactly was that big deal? Yi Junqing's brows were tightly furrowed as he pondered over this. Right now, Yi Junqing seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. He was tangled up in his own problems. What big deal could there be? Prince is thinking too much, said Yao Moan indifferently. Yao Moan finally understood why Yao Sulwan had done all of this. She wanted to incite a fight between Yi Junqing and Yi Hongyi so that Yi Zixiao could reap the benefits later. What a good Yi Zixiao. To actually be able to make Yao Sulwan cut off all means of retreat for him in such a short amount of time. If this person wasn't eliminated, she would definitely become an obstacle on Yi Junqing's path to becoming the emperor. Forget it. In any case, Yao Sulwan's actions had already crossed her bottom line. This time, she was going to teach Yao Sulwan a lesson that would be carved into her bones. This prince knew that you would say this. Even if you knew, you wouldn't have told this prince. Even if you told this prince, it would still be a lie. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan angrily. His heart was filled with suspicion. Prince's words are unfair. Moan will occasionally pour out her heart and longs to prince. Yao Moan's expression was very sad and hurt. Really? This prince doesn't remember. Yi Junqing objected. I did. Let Moan think about it carefully. Yao Moan pretended to think about it. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moan's infuriating expression, he immediately stood up with a furious expression. Chapter 165. Even without you, this prince will definitely be able to find out the truth. Humph. After saying this, Yi Junqing swung his sleeves and left viciously. Is the truth really that important to you? Yao Moan's eyes misted over as she watched Yi Junqing's resolute figure leave. Was this all the courage he had left to continue living? Yao Moxin, how did you poison this man to this extent? How did you do it? Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Suwan was leisurely tasting Longjing tea when Yi Hongyi suddenly rushed in like a hurricane. Scram! The moment Yi Hongyi stepped through the palace doors, he shouted at Mingyu, who was about to salute him. When Mingyu heard this, he tactfully left Pure Flower's palace. Yao Suwan didn't get up, nor did she put down the teacup in her hand. She closed the door. They weren't husband and wife, they weren't monarch and subject. The two of them loathed each other and wished for nothing more than for the other to die quickly. When Yi Hongyi saw that Yao Suwan was about to drink tea again, he abruptly walked forward and knocked over the teacup in Yao Suwan's hands. Lowly woman! You actually dare to ignore our words. Yi Hongyi's dark eyes flashed with a dark green light and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. If it weren't for the fact that he had some misgivings, he would have already rushed up and torn Yao Suwan to pieces. This concubine doesn't understand your majesty's meaning. Yao Suwan smiled coldly as she brushed off the steaming tea leaves on her body. She looked up at Yi Hongyi with clear eyes. You don't understand. Let us ask you, why did you dig up the corpses of those 3 servants and hang them in such an obvious place in Changle Palace? What are you trying to do? Threaten us? Or do you want someone to follow the clues and find out the truth behind Yomoxin's death? Yi Hongyi fiercely grabbed Yao Suwan's clothes and slammed her against the chair. He used so much force that Yao Suwan's collarbone hurt. Does your majesty think that Suwan would dig her own grave? If someone knew the truth behind Yomoxin's death, would his majesty still tolerate Suwan? Based on his majesty's temper, Suwan would probably die without a complete corpse. Yao Suwan endured the pain in her chest as she looked towards Yi Hongyi provocatively. It's good that you know. No matter what your goal is, if news of Yao Moxin gets out, we guarantee that your death will be 10,000 times worse than Yao Moxin's. Yi Hongyi fiercely shook off Yao Suwan's collar, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Your Majesty, you should say that Suwan's death was 10,000 times more miserable than Zhong'er's. Yao Moxin's death wasn't too miserable either. She only suffered a few slaps and then used the knife Ben Gong tossed to her to commit suicide. In comparison, that baby called Zhong'er's death was far more miserable. His brains burst open and even splattered all over Suwan. TSK, just thinking about it makes me sick. Yao Suwan looked towards Yi Hongyi with a cold smile. She had endured for so long and been played by Yi Hongyi like a monkey for so long. Now, she could finally curse him without restraint in front of him. Yao Suwan naturally had to grasp this opportunity well. Shut up. Yi Hongyi's eyes that were as deep as an ancient pond suddenly flashed with a bloodthirsty light. He moved in front of Yao Suwan at an almost instantaneous speed and grabbed Yao Suwan's hair with one hand while fiercely slapping her with the other. When your majesty threw Zhong'er, you used much more force than this. Otherwise, how could he have died before he could even cry? Yao Suwan tightly gripped Yi Hongyi's hand that was grabbing her collar. Her beautiful eyes glowed as she wantonly stimulated Yi Hongyi's every nerve. Jin told you to shut up. Do you hear me? Yi Hongyi's eyes were scarlet red as if they were spitting fire. His eyes bulged as he shook Yao Suwan's head with all his might. Even if Suwan didn't say it, can your majesty not think about it? Back then in the cold palace, how did your majesty mercilessly smash his own flesh and blood into a meat patty? How did he throw him against the wall? If that baby in the underworld knew about this, he would definitely turn into a malicious spirit to demand repayment from your majesty. Yao Suwan laughed madly and roared. When she saw Yi Hongyi's expression that was on the verge of collapse, all the pain she felt became insignificant. That wasn't Jin's fault. It was Yao Moxin. She shouldn't have given birth to that child at all. It was her fault. Yi Hongyi refuted hysterically. He abruptly raised his foot and kicked Yao Suwan's lower abdomen. Pooh! Yao Suwan's body fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Blood sprayed from her mouth onto the ground. It was a ghastly sight. If you dare say one more word, Jin will kill you right now. Yi Hongyi clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as he roared uncontrollably. Cough cough. Yao Suwan supported herself with one hand while the other tightly clutched her chest. She knew that Yi Hongyi's patience had already reached its limit, so she chose to remain silent. Yao Suwan. Listen to Jin. If Jin hears anything related to that day from you again, Jin swears that Jin will definitely throw you into a furnace to refine for a full 49 days. Yi Hongyi was like a crazed lion. After roaring hysterically, he angrily left Pure Flower's palace. After Yi Hongyi left, Mingyu hurriedly ran in and carefully helped Yao Suwan, who was lying on the ground, onto the chaise lounge. Nyang Nyang, this servant will go call the imperial physician right now. Mingyu looked anxiously at Yao Suwan whose lips were still bleeding. You've been hiding for so long, are you still not going to come out? Yao Suwan pushed Mingyu away, her cold eyes glaring fiercely at the willow forest outside the window. Nyang Nyang. Mingyu looked towards Yao Suwan suspiciously. When her gaze followed Yao Suwan's direction, she shockingly saw a figure walk out of the willow forest. A moment later, Yao Moan leisurely stepped into Pure Flower's palace wearing an aquamarine dress. Her expression was calm and indifferent, completely out of Yao Suwan's expectations. Mingyu, go stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Yao Suwan ignored the pain in her lower abdomen and coldly ordered. Once Mingyu left, Yao Suwan fiercely wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and looked towards Yao Moan with a sinister smile. The truth is always harder to accept than imagined. How about it? Earlier, when you heard Yi Hongyi personally admit to killing Yao Moxin, did your heart ache? You never would have thought that Yao Moxin had actually been forced to death by the man she loved the most. Not only Yao Moxin, even that nephew of yours that you've never met died so tragically. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. You say Ben Gong is a beast, then what does Yi Hongyi count as? Ben Gong's child is still in the womb, but Zhong'er has already been born. That kind of fresh life, Yi Hongyi is truly ruthless. Yao Suwan's sinister eyes glowed with a wanton light. She waited for Yao Moan to reveal a pained expression. As long as she saw Yao Moan's heartbroken expression, her kick would be worth it. So eldest sister died by your hands. Yao Suwan, you've taken another life. Even if Yao Moan wanted to be magnanimous and let you die more comfortably, it's impossible. As for Zhong'er, it's good that he's dead. Otherwise, with such a heartless imperial father and you, second aunt, around, how could his days be easy? Yao Moen's unusual calmness shocked Yao Suwan. Yao Moen, you're simply deceiving yourself. Just now, Yi Hongyi already admitted to everything. How long are you going to keep running? The person who's sleeping by your side every night is the enemy who killed your biological older sister. Yao Suwan shouted angrily with all her might in an attempt to provoke Yao Moen's anger. Moen heard it clearly. Eldest sister used the dagger that second sister gave her to end her own life, so the enemy who killed Moen's biological older sister is you, Yao Suwan, and not His Majesty. As for Zhong he's His Majesty's flesh and blood, so His Majesty naturally has the right to control his life and death. Yao Suwan, you didn't hesitate to use those intense words to provoke His Majesty and reveal everything just to sow discord between Moen and His Majesty. For this, you even suffered such heavy injuries. Was it worth it? Yao Moen leisurely sat down at the table and looked towards Yao Suwan with disdain. The smile on her lips was hard to discern. Chapter 166. Yao Moen, no matter how calm you pretend to be, Ben Gong knows that right now, your heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. Yao Suwan looked towards Yao Moen with certainty, her face contorted in pain. Yao Moen only smiled faintly. This time, Yao Suwan's guess was extremely correct. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Originally, she had only come to Qing Palace to find out how Yao Suwan had such a divine ability to hang Sun Momo and the others' corpses in Peaceful Joy Palace without anyone noticing. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have been able to witness such a marvelous scene. What do you think? This Empress guessed correctly. Yao Moen, this consort really wants to know, after knowing the truth, how are you still able to stay so calm and happy under Yi Hongyi? Yao Suwan laughed savagely. The tears that streamed down the corners of her eyes made it hard to tell whether they were tears of joy or the rolling pain in her lower abdomen. Second older sister's words are incorrect. After knowing the truth, Moen should be even more at ease in His Majesty's embrace and accept all of His Majesty's pampering and love with a clear conscience. Because His Majesty owes Moen all of this, Moen deserves all of this, said Yao Moen in a matter-of-fact tone. You! How could you think like that? Yao Suwan looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. She couldn't understand this logic at all. Moen had thought of this a long time ago. Difficult labor. The Empress was surrounded by more than 10 imperial physicians. How could they not diagnose the wrong position of the fetus? If the Empress really died from childbirth, all the imperial physicians of the imperial hospital should be buried with her. However, when the news spread, not a single person in the imperial hospital was convicted. At that time, Moen already knew that the Empress' death wasn't that simple. Especially since His Majesty had approved of this theory, Moen concluded that the Empress' death was definitely related to His Majesty. Although what I heard just now was a bit different from what Moen imagined, it was still better than what Moen had imagined. Yao Moen calmly analyzed the situation, but her heart was extremely cold. In this hell-like palace, she had to have enough patience to advance step by step. Since you've already guessed it, why, second older sister, don't be silly. Moen is just an idiot. Being able to receive the Emperor's favor is already a blessing that's been cultivated for several lifetimes. Could it be that Moen is going to reject His Majesty's favor just for the sake of eldest sister's revenge? If second sister was in your shoes, would you do the same? Yao Moen's eyes curved and the smile on her face caused Yao Suwan's chest to feel stifled and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, Moen didn't make this trip in vain. At least we know how eldest sister died. Yao Suwan, one day, you'll regret what you've done. Remember this. Yao Moen gracefully got up and walked towards Yao Suwan step by step. Her deep eyes were like a whirlpool in the middle of the night, wanting to suck in Yao Suwan's soul. When Yao Moan left Pure Flower's palace, she clearly heard the sound of something shattering. When she returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan summoned Yin Shui. What did you find out? Reporting to Master, Yao Sulwan's Pure Flower's palace has a hidden guard whose martial arts aren't weak. Yin Shui reported truthfully. Secret guard. No wonder she dared to be so arrogant. How does the martial skill of the secret guard compare to yours? Yao Mo Wan asked solemnly. If Yin Shui wants to take his life, it must be within 10 moves, said Yin Shui resolutely. When Yao Moan heard this, she looked towards Yin Shui, her eyes shining brilliantly. Then why did you say that his martial arts aren't weak? It's not weak. Even 10 Azure Dragons might not be a match for him. Yin Shui didn't feel that there was any contradiction in her words, so she repeated them in affirmation. Then he really isn't weak. Yao Moan slowly withdrew her gaze and thanked Yan Nanqing more than 100 times over. At dinner, ever since Yi Junqing entered the room, his expression had been solemn the entire time. It was as if the entire world owed him money. Prince going to the Imperial Hospital in public isn't a wise move. Lu Sha had already reported everything that Yi Junqing had done in the past day. This prince only wanted to find the pulse diagnosis records of Ma Xin's 9 months of pregnancy, but they said they didn't. Do you believe them? Yi Junqing's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with doubt. Even if they did, they wouldn't show it to Prince. Yao Moan scooped up the ginseng soup and very naturally handed it to Yi Junqing. Why? This prince just wanted to take a look. Yi Junqing casually accepted the ginseng soup. Then Moan would like to ask, with what identity did Prince use to check eldest sister's pulse diagnosis records? And why did you want to check eldest sister's pulse diagnosis records? Yao Moan picked up the porcelain bowl in front of her and glanced at Yi Junqing. This prince is only suspecting. Before Yi Junqing could finish, Yao Moan suddenly set down the porcelain bowl. What is Prince suspecting? Suspecting that someone in the Imperial Hospital has ill intentions towards eldest sister? Even if they dared, they wouldn't leave behind any evidence. Has Prince ever considered that everyone in Great Chu knows of Prince's love for eldest sister? Now that Prince has brazenly charged into the Imperial Hospital to check eldest sister's pulse diagnosis records, what kind of position does His Majesty have? If there was something fishy about eldest sister's death, His Majesty would have sent people to investigate a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? Since His Majesty hasn't been able to find anything, doesn't Prince feel that your actions are unnecessary? Yao Moan's voice went from calm to cold, then to resounding and finally to a hint of anger. This prince just wants to verify it, there's no need to get so agitated. Also, from start to finish, this prince has never cared about anyone's attitude. Yi Junqing was very displeased to see that Yao Moan was angry. Yao Moan's heart sank. That's right, when had Yi Junqing ever cared about anyone's attitude? It was as if the love he held on to had nothing to do with anyone. Even if it was Yi Hongyi, when had he ever cared about him? This kind of unwavering protection, this kind of unwavering love, had become a burden in her eyes. It seemed that she really had been incredibly stupid in the past. Why aren't you saying anything? Asked Yi Junqing when he saw that Yao Moan was silent. I don't talk while eating, I don't talk while sleeping, replied Yao Moan coldly. At this moment, the person she was angry at wasn't Yi Junqing, but herself. Based on what? I just wanted to say that this prince just wanted to find out why Ma Xin had a difficult labor and why those imperial doctors weren't able to find anything. Is that wrong? Is it wrong? Yi Junqing suddenly straightened and spoke loudly. He was already angry that Yao Moan never gave him a chance to refute even after saying a bunch of reasons. Just as Yi Junqing was about to speak again, Yao Moan suddenly stood up and looked towards Yi Junqing emotionlessly. You. What do you want to do? Yi Junqing swallowed hard and reflexively leaned back as he looked towards Yao Moan warily. If eldest sister was still alive, the last thing she would want to see is your current appearance. Yao Moan's cold voice was clear. Then, before Yi Junqing could react, she threw down the bowl and walked back into the bedroom. The last thing this prince wants to see is also your current appearance. After saying this, she left without giving him a chance to say anything else. What's wrong with this prince's current appearance? Come out and say it. Yi Junqing was so angry he wanted to smash the bowl, but in the end, he suppressed the urge and drank all the porridge in the bowl. It was already sullen enough, but he still had to starve. When Yin Shui handed Yi Zixiao's personal jade pendant to Yao Moan looked at it playfully as her thoughts churned. Chapter 167. If she remembered correctly, Princess Consort Jing, Duan Xiru, had once told her that the jade pendant Yi Zixiao wore was personally ground and made by her. It had an extraordinary meaning. Furthermore, according to what Yao Moan knew, Yi Zixiao and Duan Xiru's relationship wasn't just an ordinary royal marriage. Their relationship had been through a storm. Yao Moan suddenly really wanted to know just how much this relationship that had gone through a storm weighed in Yi Zixiao's heart, as Duan Xiru entered the palace. Yao Moan put the jade pendant into her sleeve and lifted her brows towards Yin Shui. Master, Duan Xiru has already entered the palace. She is currently reminiscing with Lady Duan in the Drunken Fragrance Inn, Yin Shui reported truthfully. Drunken Fragrance Residence. Duan Xiaoyan had never gotten drunk even after 1,000 cups. Back then, Yi Hongyi had drunk with her several times, and every time, he would get drunk for 3 days and 3 nights. That was how Duan Xiaoyan's sleeping quarters got its name. However, before the beauty grew old, the favors were cut off. Ever since old imperial Prince Duan became stupid, Duan Xiaoyan fell out of favor. She was born of a concubine in the first place. If Yi Hongyi hadn't wanted to win over old Prince Duan back then, and if Duan Xiru hadn't married Yi Zixiao, she wouldn't have had the chance to enter the palace. She seems to have transformed into a phoenix after flying up a branch, but unfortunately, a fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken. Yao Moan sighed. In her heart, she thought that Duan Xiaoyan was really lucky. At the very least, her existence wasn't a threat to Yi Hongyi. Master, you intend to get it done today? Yin Shui asked doubtfully. The number of times Duan Xiru can enter the palace is limited. Since it's rare for her to come, Ben Gong naturally won't miss this opportunity. Yao Moan got up leisurely, then dismissed Yin Shui and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Located on the west side of the Imperial Palace, the Drunken Fragrance House was filled with a strong fragrance of wine. In the main hall, Duan Xiaoyan was holding a celadone wine pot with a thin neck and taking a big gulp. Younger sister, excessive drinking is harmful to the body. Stop drinking. The one who spoke was Duan Xiru, Princess Consort Jing. At this moment, Duan Xiru was about to snatch the wine jug from Duan Xiaoyan's hand, but was blocked by Duan Xiaoyan. Other than drinking, what else can I do? Sister, are you going to deprive Xiaoyan of the last bit of fun? Duan Xiaoyan held the porcelain bottle tightly, and her eyes were full of sorrow. Jijia has also heard that His Majesty is extremely fond of Yao Xiang Fu's 3,000 taels of gold, but extremely fond does not mean that he will forever dote on her. You cannot abandon yourself to despair. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to win back the imperial favor. Duan Xiru worriedly looked at her younger sister and earnestly tried to persuade her. Work hard. Ha! No matter how hard Xiaoyan tries, it will all be in vain. Before that idiot entered the palace, the emperor would still come to Drunken Fragrance Residence 2 or 3 days a month. But now, the emperor hasn't stepped into Drunken Fragrance Residence for half a year. Perhaps the emperor has already forgotten that there is a noble person like me in the inner palace. Duan Xiaoyan raised the wine jug with a bitter expression, her tears falling. How is that possible? You are the daughter of Duan Wangfu after all. His Majesty will still consider royal father's face. Duan Zairu walked to Duan Xiaoyan's side and slowly helped her back to her seat. Now that royal father is suffering from dementia, does your Majesty still need to put up a front? There's no need for the older sister to say any more. This consort understands the situation I'm in. It's a pity that this consort is in the prime of my youth. Who knows how long I'll have to stay alone in my room. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have entered the palace in the first place. Even if I were to marry into a commoner's family, it would still be better than being a widow like this. Right now, the person this consort is most envious of is the older sister. Prince Jing treats the older sister like a piece of jewelry. Even after 5 years as husband and wife, they are still as loving as ever. There are some things that can't be envied. Duan Xiaoyan raised her head to drink but discovered that the wine jug was empty, so she tossed it to the ground. That's not true. Zixiao and I are just an ordinary husband and wife. When Yi Zixiao was mentioned, Duan Zairu couldn't help but smile. The older sister's words are unfair to Prince Jing. Who in the entire imperial city doesn't know that Prince Jing loves his wife as much as his own life? As long as it's something that the older sister likes, even if it's a star in the sky, Prince Jing will still pluck it for the older sister. There's a saying that goes, one should only envy mandarin ducks but not immortals. It looks like it's not without reason. Duan Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of bitterness. Those are just rumors outside. Duan Xiaoyan's words caused Duan Zairu's cheeks to flush red. She knew better than anyone how well Yi Zixiao treated her. Even now, Duan Zairu believed that the best thing she had done in her life was to marry Yi Zixiao. Right at this moment, Duan Xiaoyan's personal palace maid Xiao Ling rushed in through the palace gates. Your Highness, noble consort Yao is heading towards us. Duan Xiaoyan looked towards Duan Zairu in surprise. Even an idiot knows how to read people's expressions. You mustn't provoke her and just let her be. Otherwise, she'll go to His Majesty and learn from him. Duan Zairu gave a kind reminder when Yao Moan had already skipped over. Your Highness, please wait a bit. Tingyu kowtows in salute to noble consort Duan. Before Yao Moan could say anything, Tingyu had already walked over to Duan Xiaoyan and bowed respectfully. This concubine kowtows in salute to noble consort Yao. At this moment, Duan Xiaoyan and Duan Zairu both got up and bowed to Yao Moan. Tingyu, I want to drink some water. Yao Moan looked towards Tingyu coyly and mumbled. When Tingyu heard this, she turned to look towards Duan Xiaoyan. Reporting to noble consort Duan, my family's Nyang Nyang has been strolling around outside for a long time and is a bit thirsty. This place is too far from Guan Osprey Palace, so this servant brought my family's Nyang Nyang to noble consort Duan to ask for a cup of tea. This servant hopes that noble consort doesn't mind, said Tingyu respectfully. Duan Xiaoyan glanced sideways at Yao Moan and a light flashed through her heart. Although she was an idiot, her appearance was 1 in a million. No wonder His Majesty was so infatuated with her. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang, please sit. Xiao Ling, what are you waiting for? Hurry and make tea for consort Yao Nyang Nyang. When Duan Xiaoyan stood there in a daze, Duan Zairu immediately ordered Xiao Ling to serve tea and gave the main seat to Yao Moan. Many thanks, noble consort Duan, said Tingyu gratefully before walking behind Yao Moan. At this time, Xiao Ling had already walked to Yao Moan's side with a cup of tea. Thank you. Yao Moan accepted the cup and looked happily towards Xiao Ling before drinking it clean in one gulp. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, immediately knelt down on both knees when she heard Yao Moan's thanks. Serving master is this servant's duty. Xiao Ling had never encountered this kind of situation before and could only kowtow in thanks. Xiao Ling, get up and pour another cup for noble consort Yao. Duan Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes sized up Yao Moan once more. In this imperial palace, only this idiot would say thank you to this servant. It seemed that Yao Moan's idiocy wasn't fake. When Xiao Ling heard this, she naturally got up and took the teacup from Yao Moan's hands to pour another cup. The tea here tastes better than the one in Guan Osprey Palace. After Yao Moan finished drinking, she handed the teacup back to Xiao Ling, then lifted her sleeve to fiercely wipe her cherry lips. Right at this moment, there was a pop sound as a jade pendant fell out of Yao Moan's sleeve. Yao Moan was just about to bend down when the jade pendant landed in Ting Yu's hands. Nyang Nyang, isn't this Consort Li's jade pendant? How could you secretly take it out? If Consort Li can't find it, she'll definitely be worried, said Ting Yu anxiously as she fiddled with the jade pendant. I just found this jade pendant pretty. Who told second older sister not to give it to me? Also, His Majesty said, everything in this imperial palace is mine, he's also mine. Yao Moan clenched her fists like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look directly at Ting Yu. That won't do, Consort Li will be sad if she can't find the jade pendant. Nyang Nyang wouldn't be willing to let Consort Li be sad, right? As Ting Yu spoke, she seemed to unintentionally wave the jade pendant in front of Duan Zairu. Moan doesn't want second older sister to be sad. Then let's just return this thing to second older sister. Yao Moan reluctantly took the jade pendant from Ting Yu's hands and stood up unwillingly. Chapter 168. Just when Yao Moan thought that this trip was a failure, Duan Zairu gave Yao Moan face and blocked her way. If noble consort Yao doesn't mind, can I take a look at the jade pendant in your hand? Yao Moan's fluttering heart finally calmed down. The smile on her lips disappeared in a flash and the light in her eyes instantly became clear and calm. But you have to be careful. Don't break it, otherwise second older sister will get angry. Yao Moan hesitated for a long time before handing the jade pendant over to Duan Zairu. The moment she grasped the jade pendant, Duan Zairu felt her mind go blank. It was as if the entire world was about to collapse. That kind of heart-wrenching pain caused her body to fall backwards. Fortunately, Xiao Ling supported her so she didn't fall. Big sister. Duan Xiaoyan asked worriedly when she noticed Duan Zairu's abnormality. It's nothing. Consort Yao, you said that this jade pendant belongs to Consort Li. Duan Zairu forcefully endured the pain in her heart and gritted her teeth. Tears were clearly welling up in her eyes, but they did not fall. It's second sisters. Is there a problem? As Yao Moan spoke, she reached out to snatch the jade pendant from Duan Zairu's hand. When she felt that Duan Zairu was clenching it tightly, she also reached out with her other hand. Is it really Consort Li's? Duan Zairu gripped the jade pendant tightly, her eyes rippling. Give it back. Of course it was second sister's. Could it be yours? Ting Yu, help me snatch it back. Hurry and let go, otherwise I'll tell His Majesty that you bullied me. Yao Moan was a bit anxious and her voice carried a strong sobbing tone. At the side, Duan Xiaoyan saw that the situation was bad, so she immediately walked over to Duan Zairu and forcefully snatched the jade pendant back. Consort Yao, don't be angry. Dee's sister didn't do it on purpose. Perhaps, this jade is too good. Duan Xiaoyan gave Xiao Ling a look. Xiao Ling understood and immediately helped Duan Zairu to the side. That's great, it's not hers either. Really, I have never seen such an overbearing person. Ting Yu, let's quickly go find second sister. What if someone else takes a fancy to this jade and tries to snatch it from me? Yao Moan glared fiercely at Duan Zairu, then put the jade into her arms before leaving Drunken Fragrance residence. Only after Yao Moan left did Duan Xiaoyan turn to look at Duan Zairu. "Dee sister, what happened to you just now? It's just a piece of jade. How could you lose your sense of propriety?" Duan Xiaoyan complained. "That piece of jade. I personally made that piece of jade for Zixiao." Ice crystal-like tears rolled down from the corners of Duan Zairu's eyes. At this moment, Duan Zairu no longer had the strength to stand up. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by 1,000 silver needles at the same time. It was so painful that even breathing felt strenuous. "How is this possible? Why is the jade pendant you made for Prince Jing with Yao Sulwan? Could it be? That's impossible. Most jade pendants look the same. Could it be that you got the wrong one?" Duan Xiaoyan couldn't believe her own guess and asked suspiciously. "I made it myself. How could I be mistaken? The amber on it was personally given to me by royal father during my wedding." Duan Zairu choked with sobs as tears fell down. "The world is so big. It's very normal to have the same amber. Just based on this point, it doesn't mean that you made that jade pendant, right?" Duan Xiaoyan comforted her carefully. Although she was different from Duan Zairu's Di and Shu, their relationship was very good. Therefore, Duan Xiaoyan still cared about this Di sister from the bottom of her heart. Even if there's the same amber in the world, there's only one piece in the imperial family. Also, when I was forging it, I used a thin blade to carve a Yi character on it. Just now, when I held that jade pendant in my hand, I could already feel the existence of that Yi character. Even if there was the slightest bit of doubt, I wouldn't be willing to believe that this was real. But how could I deceive myself and others? Xiaoyan, what should I do? What should I do? Duan Zairu cried bitterly. Her tears soaked her clothes and chilled her heart. "Di older sister, don't be anxious. This matter still needs to be investigated clearly. How about this? This consort will make a trip to Pure Flowers Palace for you and see if we can find any clues. If Jing Prince really has wronged you, this consort will naturally expose their adultery to His Majesty and give Di older sister justice," said Duan Xiaoyan angrily. She had always disliked the Yao sisters. First it was Yao Maxin, then it was Yao Sulwan, and now there was Yao Moan. No matter how hard she tried, it seemed like she had to submit to them. Duan Xiaoyan was unwilling to accept this. "Wait. Let me think." Duan Zairu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she took out a bag of perfume and handed it to Duan Xiaoyan. "Di older sister, what are you going to do with this?" asked Duan Xiaoyan suspiciously. "Sprinkle these on your clothes and bring the smell back to Pure Flowers Palace. If Zixiao has really gone to Pure Flowers Palace, he'll definitely be stained with this smell when he returns," said Duan Zairu calmly. "Di older sister, don't worry. No matter what happens, Xiaoyan will stand by Di older sister's side." Duan Xiaoyan sprinkled the perfume on her clothes and was about to leave when Duan Zairu pulled her back. "I'm scared." When Duan Xiaoyan saw the tears in Duan Zairu's eyes, she placed her hand on Duan Zairu's shoulder. She understood why the older sister was scared. She'd always thought that love was stronger than gold, but it turned out that it was just a way of deceiving herself. If Yi Zixiao really had an affair with Yao Sulwan, then how would this the older sister of hers feel? "It's fine. Xiaoling, help the older sister back to the inner chambers to rest and serve her carefully," instructed Duan Xiaoyan. Then she turned and walked out of Drunken Fragrance residence. Deep in the night, Pure Flowers Palace was a scene of enchanting gentleness. Yao Sulwan snuggled up tightly in Yi Zixiao's embrace after the tumultuous night, her fingers playing with stray strands of hair as they brushed across Yi Zixiao's perfect jaw. Nurse Sun, eunuch Jing, and Yun He were all Yao Maxin's personal maids when she was alive. It's one thing for Yao Maxin to die from a difficult birth, but how did they die? Yi Zixiao's jade fingers caressed Yao Suowan's snow-white shoulder. His voice sounded careless, but there was too much curiosity in it. Didn't they deserve to die for not taking care of the Empress? Even though she'd bet everything on Yi Zixiao, that didn't mean that he didn't have his own secrets, especially since this secret concerned her life and death. Yao Suowan naturally didn't dare to be careless. So they were killed on Yi Hongyi's orders? If it really was because they didn't protect their mistress well, then it's fine if they were killed in the open. Was there a need to hide it so deeply? If you hadn't dug them out, no one would have known that they were already dead. Yi Zixiao was wise and far-sighted, so he could naturally tell that Yao Suowan was trying to beat around the bush. Prince should be glad that His Majesty did this. Otherwise, what right do we have to provoke Yi Junqing's suspicions? After this incident, this consort believes that Yi Junqing will definitely suspect the true cause of Yao Maxin's death. If he does anything suspicious, His Majesty definitely won't let him off. Yao Suowan's cherry lips curved as a strange light flashed through her eyes. The true cause of Yao Maxin's death. Yi Zixiao repeated the most important word. Today, intoxicated fragrance residences Duan Guiren came by. Although she didn't say anything, her expression seemed strange. Everyone knows that Duan Guiren is Princess Consort Jing's concubine younger sister. Prince, why do you think she suddenly came to Suowan's Pure Flowers Palace? Yao Suowan saw that Yi Zixiao was trying to get to the bottom of the matter, so she immediately changed the topic. Duan Guiren came by. It's just a normal exchange between consorts, so it shouldn't be anything. Yi Zixiao suppressed the shock in his eyes and turned to lie down on the couch as he fell into thought. Suowan wants to ask Prince, in Prince's eyes, is Duan Xiru more important or is Suowan more important? Yao Suowan lay on Yi Zixiao's chest, her jade fingers circling Yi Zixiao's heart. Of course it's Suowan who's important. With a beauty by my side, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Yi Zixiao pulled Yao Suowan into his arms and slowly ran his fingers through her hair. If one day Princess Consort Jing discovers what happened between Suowan and Prince, will Prince kill her to silence her? Yao Suowan asked faintly, but in the next second, her scalp started to hurt. When Yi Zixiao realized that he had lost control, he suddenly flipped over and pressed Yao Suowan underneath him. Chapter 169. No matter who it is, as long as they get in the way of this prince's great cause, they have a reason to die. Yi Zixiao gritted his words, but he was doubtful. If that was really the case, would he have killed Xiru? Those who have committed crimes die, but what about those who have contributed? Yao Suowan's hands were clamped above Yi Zixiao's head, her charming eyes filled with temptation. Reward. Yi Zixiao suddenly collapsed. Another round of torment ensued. It was a battle to the death. The men attacked the city and plundered the land, while the women were entangled. The wind blew past, lifting up the curtains on both sides of the couch. The figures on the couch could be seen for all to see. The days continued in an orderly fashion. The midsummer quietly left and the air became much fresher. Yao Moan leisurely sat on the swing next to the stone bench, enjoying the coolness brought by the autumn wind. Your Highness, there's news from Prime Minister residence. Madame took Bowen and that Wu Zicheng and ran away with over half of Prime Minister residence's property. Lu Xing's news caused Yao Moan's little heart to tremble slightly. Li Qingqing had finally made a move. She had really waited for a long time. How is father? Yao Moan was more concerned about Yao Zhenting's reaction. Master flew into a rage and fainted at the time. Right now, he's searching everywhere for Li Qingqing's whereabouts. I heard that he didn't even attend morning court, reported Lu Xing. Li Qingqing took away the only thing that he cared about in this life, so how could he not be worried? Just wait, father will definitely capture Li Qingqing even if he has to turn the entire Great Chu upside down. Remember, after father finds Li Qingqing, tell Ben Gong immediately. This consort wants to personally go and watch this show, instructed Yao Moen. Only with her present would this show be exciting. Yao Jinting, no matter what Ben Gong does, you deserve it. After Lu Xing withdrew, Yin Shua appeared beside Yao Moen like a specter. Yao Moen was already used to Yin Shua's method of appearing. Master, Duan Zairu went to Pure Flower's palace, reported Yin Shua respectfully. Ever since that day at Drunken Fragrance residence, Yao Moen had ordered Yin Shua to keep an eye on Duan Zairu's whereabouts. She hadn't expected that in just 5 days, Duan Zairu would already have found evidence. This was faster than she had imagined. Make a trip to Luminescent Prince residence, then meet up with Ben Gong in the willow forest outside Pure Flower's palace. Happy together. Happy together. How could Happy Yi Zixiao miss such a pinnacle battle? Once Yin Shua left, Yao Moen straightened her clothes and was just about to leave Guan Osprey Palace when Yi Junqing stopped her. Yao Moen. Editor, Yi Moen Yi Yi Yao Zan Yi Yi the Shua, Yi 1. If it's not important, Prince can talk about it later. Moen has urgent matters to attend to. Yao Moen walked around Yi Junqing and left Guan Osprey Palace. Of Minister, M.O. In fact, there is something this king has never told you. Long before this king investigated Nanny's son and the others, this king had seen a palace maid in the wing room of the old cold palace. Actually, there's something this prince hasn't told you. Long before this prince investigated Nurse Sun and the others, I met a palace maid in one of the side rooms of the old cold palace. Yi. Even if Zan Tiangu is hungry, you can't find a palace maid. Even if Zan Tiangu is hungry, you can't find a palace maid. Strictly speaking, all the women in this palace belong to His Majesty. How could Zan Tiangu get involved? Yi Junqing's expression darkened. This prince is talking about serious matters. Yi Junqing sighed heavily. Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Otherwise, why would he be discussing this with this god of plague? When Yi Junqing thought of this, he turned around speechlessly. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen pulled him back. Does Zan Tiangu not want to know what Moen is going to do? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing mysteriously. She couldn't help but have a vulgar expression. I don't want to, replied Yi Junqing resolutely. It's a heaven-defying matter. If Zan Tiangu doesn't come, don't regret it. Yao Moen lifted her brows, then let go of Yi Junqing and walked towards Pure Flower's palace. In just the time it took to make a cup of tea, Yi Junqing had already appeared next to Yao Moen. Wasn't Zan Tiangu not coming? Teased Yao Moen. This prince is afraid of regretting it, replied Yi Junqing angrily. Yao Moen smiled faintly when she heard this. Facing the autumn wind, Yao Moen's smile was as dazzling as a peach blossom. Her hair fluttered against Yi Junqing's handsome face and a unique fragrance wafted into his nose. Yi Junqing felt great waves rise in his heart and the feelings he had been suppressing started to stir. When Yao Moen pulled Yi Junqing to sit on the stone platform outside the main hall of Pure Flower's palace, Yi Junqing's expression was as dark as the sea. The heaven-defying matter you're talking about is stealing someone's woman. Just how heaven-defying is that? Yi Junqing still regretted it in the end. Shoot, Moen guarantees that I won't disappoint Zan Tiangu. Just listen. Yao Moen indicated for Yi Junqing to keep quiet before carefully listening to the raging waves inside. Yao Suwan was a bit surprised by Duan Zairu's sudden appearance. Although she knew that there were no walls in this world that didn't have a crack, she hadn't expected Duan Zairu to come so quickly. Does Wang Fei not know how to salute when seeing Nyang Nyang? When Mingyut saw Duan Zairu standing coldly in the center of the main hall, she took a step forward to remind her. Zairu has some things that she wishes to speak with Consort Li alone. Duan Zairu's expression was like ice and her voice was completely devoid of any warmth or respect. When Mingyu heard this, she reflexively looked towards Yao Sulwan. This consort feels that there's no need. Mingyu, escort Wang Fei Jing out. Yao Sulwan harumphed coldly. It seemed that her chance to test Yi Zixiao had come. If he really could kill Duan Zairu, then she wouldn't have chosen the wrong person. Since Consort Li doesn't wish to listen, Zairu can only go find His Majesty, said Duan Zairu indifferently. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Yao Sulwan called her back. Mingyu, stand guard outside. Yao Sulwan's gaze was sinister as she slowly got up and walked towards Duan Zairu. Wang Fei Jing, if you have something to say, it's best to say it quickly. This consort's time is very precious. Yao Sulwan examined Duan Zairu up close and suddenly felt a bit less confident. Although the woman in front of her wasn't wearing any makeup, she was still devastatingly beautiful. Her eyebrows were like the ink of a distant mountain, her eyes were like clear blue water, her nose was like a fine jade, and her lips were like cherry blossoms. She was a classic example of a beauty. However, when Yao Sulwan saw the knife scar on Duan Zairu's snow-white neck that extended all the way to her collar, her confidence swelled. What man didn't like a woman with lustrous, flawless skin? Zairu wants to warn Consort Li that there are some things that will lead to eternal damnation if you cross the line. I hope that Consort Li will repent. Duan Zairu's gaze was cold and her voice was as cold as a lake. This consort didn't hear clearly. I'll have to trouble Wang Fei Jing to explain more clearly, said Yao Sulwan softly, her eyes filled with provocation. Alright, then Zairu will get straight to the point. Zairu hopes that Consort Li will no longer have any contact with Zixiao. Otherwise, if this matter gets out, both you and Zixiao will be guilty of deceiving the monarch. On the night they left the imperial palace, Duan Zairu had already confirmed that Yi Zixiao and Yao Sulwan were having an affair. She didn't know how she got through that night. Other than crying, she couldn't find a way to vent her emotions. She had once thought about publicizing this matter and having Yi Zixiao and Yao Sulwan suffer the curses and criticisms of the world. However, after a night of struggle, she gave up on that crazy idea. Chapter 170. 5 years of love, more than 10 years of affection, from childhood sweethearts to the deep love between husband and wife, she and Yi Zixiao had been through countless trials and tribulations. Now, she couldn't destroy this man with her own hands. Thus, after 3 days of silence, she finally decided to come find Yao Sulwan alone. Did Princess Consort Jing see this consort interacting with Prince Jing? Even if you saw it with your own eyes, you still wouldn't be able to pin it on this consort. Yi Zixiao's legs are grown on his body. If he doesn't want to come, then even if this consort uses a knife to force him, it wouldn't be of any use. In reality, you shouldn't have come to find this consort. As Princess Consort Jing, it's your fault that you don't have the ability to keep your own man. What does it have to do with this consort? Yao Sulwan stared at the scar on Duan Zairu's neck mockingly, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Consort Li, please have some dignity. Duan Zairu never expected that Yao Sulwan would say such vulgar words. She immediately rebuked her angrily. Dignity? The one who needs dignity right now is you, Duan Zairu. Who do you think you are? You're just a little princess consort, yet you dare to behave atrociously in front of this consort. Yao Sulwan glared at Duan Zairu, then turned around and walked over to the chaise longue to sit down. Consortly, how can you be this shameless? As His Majesty's consort, it's already unethical for you to do something so immoral. Now, you're actually trying to invert right from wrong. You have no sense of shame. Duan Zairu turned around angrily and glared at Yao Sulwan. She originally thought that Yao Sulwan, as the daughter of a noble family, would definitely cry and beg for mercy when this kind of scandal was exposed. She never expected that Yao Sulwan would act so self-righteously and even more overbearing than her. This consort is warning you to be careful with your words. The words "no sense of shame" shouldn't be used on people who are in love with each other. Yao Sulwan raised her beautiful eyes as she spoke in embarrassment. The person Zixiao loves is me. How could he possibly be in love with you? Duan Zairu angrily walked in front of Yao Sulwan, her eyes rippling. Princess Consort Jing, now that things have come to this, do you still need to lie to yourself? If Yi Zixiao loved you, he wouldn't have risked universal condemnation to come find this consort. It's just that his love for this consort is too deep, that's why his heart couldn't help but yearn for this consort. However, this consort doesn't regret it. After being together with Zixiao, this consort finally understood what it meant to be sentimental and tender like water. Yao Sulwan leisurely raised her cardamom-colored nails and admired them. Every word that came out of his mouth was like a knife stabbing into Duan Zairu's heart. Yao Sulwan. You've gone too far. Zairu will report this to His Majesty. Duan Zairu's eyes surged with anger as she turned around. Go. At that time, this consort won't be the only one to suffer misfortune. Yi Zixiao had an illicit relationship with a concubine in the inner palace. This crime is enough for His Majesty to sentence him to death by 1,000 cuts. Yao Sulwan sneered as she stood up and swayed over to Duan Zairu's side. He was disloyal to me, so he should receive this retribution. Duan Zairu spoke resolutely as she forced back her tears. However, she didn't move forward. The outside world is saying that Princess Consort Jing's love for Prince Jin runs as deep as the 4 seas and that she will never change her mind. It looks like that's not entirely true. Just because Prince Jin did something that all the men in the world would do, you can't tolerate him anymore. Princess Consort Jing's unwavering love is truly cheap. Yao Sulwan's dark eyes swept over Duan Zairu's pale face as a trace of ruthlessness flashed through her heart. All the men in the world can do it, but he can't. Duan Zairu's eyes were hazy with tears and her voice was filled with unconcealable grief and sorrow. Isn't Prince Jin a man? As the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. Ignoring everything else, just based on that ugly and disgusting scar on your neck, I believe that when Jing Wang lies next to you, his mood definitely isn't very good, said Yao Sulwan mockingly as she looked at the scar on Duan Zairu's neck. You! Duan Zairu stubbornly stopped her tears from falling and strode towards the palace gates. Ling Yun! Stop Princess Consort Jing! Shouted Yao Sulwan when she saw that Duan Zairu had made up her mind. Almost at the same time, Ling Yun suddenly appeared in front of Duan Zairu. His calm expression was filled with conflict and helplessness. Ling Yun. Why are you here? The instant Duan Zairu saw Ling Yun, it was as if someone had thrown her heart into a 1,000-year cold pond. The despair that welled up from the bottom of her heart made her feel as if the entire world was about to end. Ling Yun stood there silently, not prepared to answer any of Duan Zairu's questions. There were some things that he couldn't control. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have appeared earlier. The current standoff was incomparably awkward for him. Is there even a need to ask? Zixiao was naturally worried about this consort's safety, so he especially left Ling Yun behind to protect this consort. Now, you should understand who's in love with Zixiao and who's the one who's delusional, right? Yao Sulwan's venomous tongue dealt a blow to Duan Zairu's remaining confidence and hope. At this moment, Duan Zairu had completely lost all hope. What sort of feelings did she have for someone who had betrayed her? Get out of the way. Duan Zairu looked towards Ling Yun coldly, the cold light in her eyes like a blade. As the person closest to Yi Zixia, she naturally knew what kind of existence Ling Yun was. Ling Yun, kill her. A feminine voice rang out. Both Duan Zairu and Ling Yun looked towards Yao Sulwan in disbelief. What? Did you not understand this consort's words? Kill her. Repeated Yao Sulwan. Yao Sulwan, how dare you be so brazen? I, Duan Zairu, am still the Grand Princess Consort Jing, old Duke Duan's first daughter. How could I be someone you can kill just because you want to? Duan Zairu looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly. At this moment, the Yao Sulwan in her eyes was practically a demon that was close to insanity. Ling Yun, don't forget who your master is. If this woman is allowed to leave, Yi Zixia will definitely die. This consort has heard that what hidden guards value the most in their lives is loyalty. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty, so why aren't you making a move? Yao Sulwan's voice abruptly turned cold and the light in her eyes turned icy. Under the window, Yi Juanqing's brows were already tightly knitted together and his hands were clenched into fists. When Yao Moan saw that Yi Juanqing was about to make a move, she immediately tugged on his hand and indicated for him to look towards the figure that was rushing over. Ling Yun, you dare. Duan Zairu glared at Ling Yun coldly. Can Princess guarantee that you won't report Master to His Majesty? Yao Sulwan's provocation worked and Ling Yun's body gradually turned cold. This is my business, it's not your place to butt in. Leave. Duan Zairu pushed Ling Yun away angrily and left. Ling Yun, what are you still thinking about? Could it be that you'll only be satisfied after seeing Yi Zixiao's head separate from his body? As a hidden guard, you clearly know that Master is in danger but you still stand by and watch. What do you think the consequences will be? A moment of hesitation will make it impossible for you to become a hidden guard for the rest of your life. Yao Sulwan tried her best to sow discord in Ling Yun's thoughts. Just as Duan Zairu was about to open the palace doors, Ling Yun suddenly struck out with his palm, aiming for the middle of Duan Zairu's back. Just as Ling Yun's palm was about to land on Duan Zairu, the palace doors suddenly opened and a figure flashed out. In a split second, Ling Yun's entire body flew several meters back like an eagle with its wings broken before crashing onto the ground. PFFF. Ling Yun felt his internal organs churn and blood spurt out. Zairu. Are you alright? At this moment, Yi Zixiao's hands were tightly gripping Duan Zairu's snow-white shoulders. His eyes were filled with fear and worry. Slap. What responded to Yi Zixiao was a crisp slap. The tears that Duan Zairu had been holding back for so long rolled down her cheeks. Like a string of broken pearls, they fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. As she looked at the man she loved the most in her life, the pain in Duan Zairu's heart was enough to destroy the world. Chapter 171. I'm sorry. Yi Zixiao hugged Duan Zairu tightly. When he saw Ling Yun's palm about to land on Duan Zairu, Yi Zixiao finally understood. He couldn't lose this woman. In this world, he was only willing to walk with this woman until the end of time. Ling Yun. Who gave you the courage to act against the princess? Yi Zixiao's dark eyes glowed with the ferocity of a wild beast. His voice was as cold as the ice on a 1,000-year-old mountain. It's me. When Yi Zixiao unhesitatingly pulled Duan Zairu into his arms, Yao Sulwan knew that if she continued to place all her hopes on Yi Zixiao, Duan Zairu had to die. Why? Yi Zixiao glared at Yao Sulwan, his eyes filled with hostility. There was no trace of his usual gentleness. She wanted to expose the matter between us in front of His Majesty. This consort had no choice but to do this. Does Prince feel that this consort has done wrong? Yao Suwan looked towards Yi Zixiao coldly, waiting for his reaction. Xiru won't. Before Yi Zixiao could finish, Duan Xiru slapped him. Why wouldn't I? Yi Zixiao, this is what you did behind my back. You can despise me for being old, despise me for being unromantic, but you shouldn't despise me for this scar. Duan Xiru abruptly tore open her collar. The scar that started from her neck all the way to her chest was like an ugly centipede lying on Duan Xiru's fair, jade-like skin. It was exceptionally eye-catching. This prince didn't. Yi Zixiao's voice was low, but the heartache in his eyes revealed his true feelings. But she said so. Tell her, how did I get this scar on my body? Duan Xiru roared mournfully, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Zixiao wasn't able to defend against an assassin's ambush. If you hadn't blocked that machete for Zixiao, Zixiao would have died without a doubt. After that machete, you were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Blood flowed non-stop and you almost lost your life. Zixiao will never forget this favor. Sensing Duan Xiru's agitation and resentment, Yi Zixiao slowly recounted the shocking events of that time. So what? You did save Zixiao, but Zixiao treated you well. Even if you were ugly, Zixiao still helped you secure the position of King Jing's consort. Now that King Jing's residence doesn't even have a consort, what else do you want? Not only do you not know how to be grateful, you even want to go to His Majesty and ruin everything Zixiao has. Is this how a wife should behave? Yao Suwan looked at Duan Xiru with disgust, the disdain in her eyes clear. Shut up. Yi Zixiao roared at Yao Suwan, then walked over to Duan Xiru's side and pulled her into his embrace. Prince's attitude truly disappoints this consort. Last night's intimate words still ring in my ears. Could it be that Prince was lying to Suwan? Yao Suwan looked towards Yi Zixiao meaningfully. She didn't think that this man would be like Yi Junqing, who only loved beauties and not his empire. Yi Zixiao, let go of me. Let go. I hate you. Duan Xiru pounded Yi Zixiao's chest with all her might as tears poured out of her eyes. Xiru, the truth isn't what you're imagining. Let me explain. Yi Zixiao revealed a bitter expression when he sensed Duan Xiru's struggle. There were some things that he didn't want Duan Xiru to know, because the more she knew, the more dangerous it would be. The truth is what you're imagining. This consort and Zixiao have been together for a long time. Also, we. A crisp slap interrupted Yao Suwan's provocation. Yao Suwan looked towards Yi Zixiao in disbelief when she felt the numbing pain on her face. Ling Yun, remember, this prince is your master. After throwing down these words, Yi Zixiao forcefully pulled Duan Xiru away from Pure Flower's palace. In the main hall, Yao Suwan covered her face as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Perhaps she had guessed wrong. Yi Zixiao was the same as Yi Junqing and had been bewitched by women. As of now, she couldn't choose anyone else aside from Yi Zixiao. Otherwise, she would have gained another enemy in the form of Yi Zixiao. Yi Zixiao, this consort has cut off all means of retreat and bet my life on you. It's already too late for you to regret it. As for Duan Xiru, she really can't not die. When she thought of this, Yao Suwan reflexively looked back to see that Ling Yun had already disappeared. The bloodstains on the ground were shocking to see. How was it? Was it very heaven-defying? After leaving the willow forest outside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing excitedly. Under her eyelashes, her eyes were as bright as stars. Even if Yao Suwan and Yi Zixiao hadn't completely fallen out, if they wanted to continue working together, they had to get rid of Duan Xiru first. And Duan Zairu just happened to be the focal point of their irreconcilable conflict. They probably wouldn't make any big moves in the near future. Although this show was long, it was definitely exciting. Yao Suwan is truly audacious. How could she do such a shameless thing? I really don't understand why Ma Xin felt that she was gentle and virtuous at the time. Even now, Yi Junqing still found it hard to calm his anger. His heart subconsciously tightened. That's right, I really must have been blind at the time to not be able to see through Yao Suwan's treachery. This won't do, this prince has to report this matter to His Majesty, said Yi Junqing hatefully. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard Yao Moan's ridicule. When did Prince become so loyal to His Majesty? You even have to worry about such a small matter. Yi Junqing felt that Yao Moan's words were mocking him, but he didn't think much of it. How could this be a small matter? Yi Zixiao and Yao Suwan had an illicit relationship, which is a crime of deceiving the monarch. What does their crime have to do with Prince? Why does Prince have to wade into these muddy waters? Even if you tell His Majesty won't be grateful to you in the slightest. Instead, people will say that you have ulterior motives and are trying to sow discord between Prince Jing and His Majesty to make a comeback. Even I, Moan, who knows the truth, feel that Prince has nothing better to do. Yao Moan walked leisurely as she analyzed the situation. Yi Junqing thought about it carefully and felt that Yao Moan was right. So you're not planning on exposing them to His Majesty? Asked Yi Junqing. Of course. Then why are you still lying in the corner? This prince's legs are still numb because of you. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan resentfully. I was bored, so I had to find some fun, explained Yao Moan. Do you think that this prince would believe you? Based on this prince's understanding of you, you wouldn't do something that wouldn't benefit you even if you were beaten to death. You couldn't be thinking of fishing out money from this, right? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan in realization. Back then, she had spent 500,000 taels of gold to buy Lin Shi. 500,000 taels. How many 500,000 taels was there in the national treasury? That's a good idea. Why didn't Moan think of it? Prince really has the root of wisdom. Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing in admiration. You flatter me, my root of wisdom isn't as deep as yours. Although Yao Moan's expression was sincere, in Yi Junqing's eyes, her expression was worlds apart from the word sincere. That night, when Yi Zixiao appeared in Pure Flower's palace, Yao Suwan was combing her ink-black hair. Does it still hurt? Yi Zixiao walked over to Yao Suwan and brushed his finger across Yao Suwan's cheek, which was still covered in fingerprints. I wouldn't dare. How could a slap from Prince possibly hurt? Yao Suwan's lips curved up as she replied with a cold snort. The situation at the time was complicated, so this prince could only do this. Didn't this prince specially come to ask for forgiveness? If beauty is angry, how about slapping this prince a few times to vent your anger? Yi Zixiao's appearance caused Yao Suwan to float down to the ground. His arrival proved that his desire to become the emperor hadn't died. Chapter 172. Prince doesn't intend to accompany Moan. Forget it, Suwan was too hasty. At the time, if Princess Jing hadn't wanted to expose us in front of His Majesty, Suwan wouldn't have had Ling Yun act. However, after this incident, Suwan understands that in Prince's heart, Princess Jing is the most important. Fortunately, Suwan has never asked for too much. Otherwise, who knows how disappointed I would be. Yao Suwan restrained the hostility in her eyes, put down the comb, and turned to face Yi Zixiao. In this prince's heart, the throne is the most important. Whoever can help this prince obtain that position will be the most important woman in this prince's heart. When facing Yao Suwan, Yi Zixiao was never stingy with his sweet words. With Prince's words, Sulwan can be at ease. However, now that Duan Zairu knows about us, will she? Yao Sulwan leaned into Yi Zixiao's embrace as she snorted disdainfully. If today's incident hadn't happened, she might have believed that Yi Zixiao would abandon Duan Zairu and make her his empress, but now... Unless Duan Zairu died. Beauty, don't worry. This prince has already arranged everything. However, this prince doesn't understand. How did Zairu find out about us being so secretive? This was the true reason Yi Zixiao had come here. In his opinion, Duan Zairu only entered the palace a few times a month, so there was no way she would know that he was in contact with Yao Sulwan. Someone had definitely leaked this information to her. If they didn't find this person, they wouldn't be able to move an inch. After Prince left, Sulwan also thought about this problem. Does Prince remember that a few days ago, concubine Duan came to Pure Flower's palace? Yao Sulwan pulled Yi Zixiao's hand over to the couch and untied the belt around her waist. I remember. You mean, the problem lies with Duan Xiaoyan? Asked Yi Zixiao suspiciously. That's right. When Duan Xiaoyan entered Pure Flower's palace, there was a special fragrance on her body. That fragrance didn't come from the imperial palace, so it must have been sent by Princess Consort Jing. That night, Prince came over to Sulwan's place. His body must have been tainted with that scent, which is why Princess Consort Jing became suspicious. Now that I think about it, it was just a coincidence. Yao Sulwan took off her luxurious clothes and curled her fingers around Yi Zixiao's neck. In reality, after Yi Zixiao left, Yao Sulwan had sent people to investigate Yao Moan's movements that day. Only then did she find out that Yao Moan had gone to Drunken Fragrance residence that day. There was no doubt that this was Yao Moan's doing. The reason why Yao Sulwan didn't tell Yi Zixiao was because she was afraid that once Yi Zixiao found out that Yao Moan wasn't an idiot, he would abandon her and choose to cooperate with Yao Moan. If that really happened, it would be too late for her to regret it. As for Yao Moan knowing about her relationship with Yi Zixiao, Yao Sulwan didn't really care. Right now, the most important thing to her was to find someone to get rid of Duan Zairu. Li Qingqing and Wu Zicheng eloped for no more than 10 days before Yao Zhenting caught up with them and brought them back. It was only when Li Qingqing and Wu Zicheng returned to the imperial city that they found out that Wu estate had been exterminated due to Yao Zhenting's groundless accusations and that the entire Li estate had been imprisoned because of Yao Zhenting. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan was currently discussing women and money with Yi Junqing. Actually, if Prince has the need, you can go to Happy Spring Brothel. Although the price there is a bit higher, the girls there are very beautiful. If Prince is short on money, Moan can lend Prince some. Is 10,000 taels enough? Yao Moan looked towards Yi Junqing with a serious expression as she made this suggestion very sincerely. This prince doesn't need it, nor does this prince need money. Yi Junqing only cared about eating and didn't even spare a glance at Yao Moan. He had already explained it very clearly, so why didn't she understand? Right at this time, Lu Xing walked in respectfully from outside. Reporting to Nyang Nyang, there's news from Prime Minister residence. Master has already escorted Li Qingqing and Wu Zicheng back to Prime Minister Yao residence. Where's Bowen? Yao Moan lifted her brows as she looked towards Lu Xing. When we found them, the children weren't in their hands, reported Lu Xing truthfully. It's a good thing they aren't stupid. Tingyu, help this consort pack up. This consort wants to return to Prime Minister Yao residence. A clear and melodious voice rang out. Yao Moan elegantly got up, her eyes cold. Just as Yao Moan was about to leave Guan Osprey Palace, she suddenly thought of something and turned back to Yi Junqing with a smile. Prince doesn't plan on accompanying Moan on this trip. I don't plan on it, replied Yi Junqing firmly. Whenever Yao Moan took the initiative to suggest something, it usually wasn't anything good. This was something Yi Junqing spoke from experience. Then forget it, it seems Ben Lei is going to be disappointed. Yao Moen shrugged. She had just turned around when she saw Yi Junqing stand up. Even when the carriage arrived at Prime Minister Yao's residence, Yi Junqing still didn't see a trace of Ben Lei. Didn't you say that Ben Lei would come? Yi Junqing's brows furrowed as he questioned Yao Moen's words. Moen. You didn't say. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. You clearly said that if this prince didn't come, Ben Lei would be disappointed. Yi Junqing suddenly felt like he had been tricked. That was indeed what Moen said, but from which word did Prince hear that Ben Lei would come? As Yao Moen spoke, she had already entered Prime Minister Yao's residence with Ting Yu's support. Yi Junqing. As soon as they entered the residence, Yao Moen heard a hoarse roar coming from the main hall. Slut! This old man will ask again, where is Bowen? Where is this old man's Bowen? In the main seat, Yao Zhenting was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws like a mad dog. His white brows were furrowed and the hand holding the whip trembled incessantly. The tip of the whip was still stained with dark red blood. Father! Yao Moen looked timidly at Wu Zicheng, who was lying on the ground covered in whip marks. She felt a bit of pity. The most innocent people in this entire matter were probably this teacher's family. Yao Zhenting's ruthlessness was something she hadn't expected. Perhaps it was because he was extremely angry, but Yao Zhenting completely ignored Yao Moen and Yi Junqing's appearance. His bloodshot eyes were focused on Li Qingqing and Wu Zicheng. At the side, Yao Tu bowed respectfully and was about to lead Yao Moen and Yi Junqing away, but when he saw that Yao Moen had no intention of leaving, he could only move 2 chairs to the side. Yao Zhenting. It was you who caused the deaths of my family. I will never let you see Bowen in this lifetime. Never ever. In this lifetime, you're destined to die without a son. Cough cough. Wu Zicheng's hands dug into the ground as he coughed up blood. His body was covered in bloody wounds that were so deep that the bones could be seen. Li Qingqing. This old man is asking you. Where is Bowen? Yao Zhenting's dark green eyes suddenly shot towards Li Qingqing, who was kneeling on the ground with a swollen face. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. Qingqing begs master to let go of my parents in prison. Li Qingqing ignored the swelling on her face and kowtowed to the ground. She had never expected that the seemingly gentle and kind Yao Zhenting would be bloodthirsty to this extent. Right now, her body was trembling like a leaf in the wind. As long as you hand Bowen over to this old man, no matter what you did, this old man will let bygones be bygones. I can still guarantee that your Li residence will be worry-free for 3 lifetimes. You, Li Qingqing, will still be Prime Minister Yao's wife. Yao Zhenting let go of the whip and walked towards Li Qingqing. Master, can you let go of Qingqing's parents first? Li Qingqing gathered her courage and begged. Now that things had reached this point, unless she personally saw that her parents were fine, she wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of her children even if she had to die. Yao Tu. Immediately send people to the heavenly prison and bring them to Prime Minister Yao's residence. Yao Zhenting didn't hesitate at all and loudly ordered. When Yao Tu heard this, he respectfully left the main hall. Chapter 173. Qingqing. You can't say it. Even if you say it, this old bastard still won't let you go. Qingqing. At the side, Wu Zicheng used all his strength to reach out towards Li Qingqing, but before his hand could touch Li Qingqing, Yao Zhenting had already stepped on it. Ah! The pain from his fingers caused Wu Zicheng to cry out involuntarily. His face contorted from the pain. Listen to this old man. If Bowen is injured in the slightest, even if he loses a few grams, this old man will make you wish you were dead. Yao Zhenting glared at Wu Zicheng, who had been beaten to a bloody pulp. Even so, he still couldn't vent his anger. Ching. You can't tell her. Otherwise, he'll kill you. Wu Zicheng endured the pain as he reminded Yao Zhenting. When Yao Moan saw Yao Zhenting's bloodthirsty gaze, a cold chill rose from the bottom of her heart. This was her sanctimonious father's true face, right? He looked scholarly, but in reality, he was heartless and even perverted. Aren't you going to stop him? Asked Yi Junqing in a low voice, feeling a bit sorry for her. Don't forget, I'm an idiot. What great reasoning can I speak of? Also, you've already seen his state. Even if you rush up now, you might get whipped. Yao Moan wasn't exaggerating at all. About a quarter of an hour later, when Li Qingqing's parents appeared in the main hall dressed in rags, Li Qingqing abruptly turned around and the three of them burst into tears. Daughter! How could you be so stupid? Prime Minister has treated you like a treasure, how could you do such a disgraceful thing? Mother Li hugged her daughter tightly as she sobbed. It's all your fault, you pretty boy. It's all your fault for seducing Qingqing. You harmed our entire family. You deserve to die. Your Wu Estate's people deserve to die. When Father Li saw Wu Zicheng, he immediately vented all of the grievances he had suffered in the past few days on him and even kicked him twice. Li Qingqing, this old man is asking you, where is Bowen? Yao Zhenting spoke again, his voice as cold as ice. Master. Qingqing knows she's wrong. Qingqing was muddle-headed for a moment, that's why I listened to this despicable person's flowery words and left Yao Xiang's residence. Master, please forgive Qingqing. At this moment, Li Qingqing finally understood that in this world, she could offend anyone but the rich and powerful. She originally thought that if she escaped with the money, she could be free and happy, but she didn't expect Yao Zhenting's reaction to be so intense. Now, even if she regretted it, it was useless. She only asked for the 3 lives of herself and her parents. Li Qingqing. Wu Zicheng looked at Li Qingqing sorrowfully. If Li Qingqing hadn't seduced him, he wouldn't have abandoned his family and business to elope with her. But in the end, his parents were dead, his family was gone. What he got in return was Li Qingqing's betrayal. I've said it before, as long as Bowen is safe and sound, your entire family is safe. If anything happens to Bowen, your whole family will die with him. Yao Zhenting looked coldly at Li Qingqing, who was crying and snot, and reminded her fiercely. Master, Qingqing said everything. Bowen, he. Li Qingqing looked at Yao Zhenting with eyes full of hope. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Zicheng beat her to it. Bowen, he's not your flesh and blood. He's my son. Ha ha ha. Yao Zhenting. The child you doted on for so long is my, Wu Zicheng's, son. You'll never have a son in this life. You're destined to be a eunuch. A eunuch's life. Ha ha ha. Wu Zicheng's words were like thunder on a clear day, suddenly ringing in Yao Zhenting's head. The sound of thunder rolled and shook Yao Zhenting so much that he sat on a chair at the side, unable to recover for a long time. Wu Zicheng, you're slandering me. Master. Bowen is your son. He's your son. Li Qingqing's face was pale. She never thought that Wu Zicheng would say such a big secret. By doing this, he was basically pushing Bowen into a pit of fire. How could he bear to do this? I'm slandering you. Li Qingqing, you know what you've done. Bowen was born on the 8th day of the 7th month, so from the past, you should have been pregnant with Bowen in the winter months. Yao Zhenting, what did you do in the winter months last year? Ha! Bowen, father hates to part with you. But father can't do it for you to acknowledge a thief as your father. Don't worry, father will wait for you in the underworld. I definitely won't let you be lonely. Wu Zicheng laughed maniacally, then bit his tongue to commit suicide. As she watched Wu Zicheng take his last breath, a trace of darkness flashed through her eyes. Zhong will you be lonely in the underworld? No. Master. Everything Wu Zicheng said was a lie. Bowen looks so much like you, how could he be his son? Li Qingqing crawled to Yao Zhenting's feet and hugged his legs, her eyes filled with fear. Why didn't this old man think of this? Why didn't this old man think of this? Someone. Drag this slut out and beat her to death. Beat her to death. Yao Zhenting suddenly stood up and kicked Li Qingqing away. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyes were bloodshot. The hand that was pointing at Li Qingqing trembled like a loom. Master, Qingqing has been wronged. Bowen really is your son. He really is. Last winter, we slept together. Li Qingqing spat out a mouthful of blood and wailed with all her might. Last winter, you, the adulterer, personally told this old man that I couldn't have children during the winter months. This old man was afraid of harming your body, so I drank suppressant medicine every time. Even if we slept together, we can't have children. You slut. Yao Zhenting roared hysterically. The veins in his eyes gradually turned red and his expression was terrifying. Yao Moen rarely saw tears in Yao Zhenting's eyes. That's right, it was another empty joy. How could she not cry? No. Master. Master. Qingqing can still have children. She can even give birth to a son for Master. Master. I beg you to spare Qingqing. Li Qingqing groveled on the ground in grief, tears flowing down her face. All right. As long as you tell me where Bowen, that lowly bastard is, this old man will spare your life. With Yao Tu's support, Yao Zhenting walked over to Li Qingqing step by step. His sinister eyes shone with a cold light that could destroy heaven and earth. Master. Li Qingqing looked at Yao Zhenting in terror. Her heart was struggling fiercely. Qingqing. Hurry and say it. Tell Prime Minister where that bastard is. Father Li crawled over to Li Qingqing's side like a dog and urged loudly. Qingqing, just say it. You're still young, you can still have children. Mother Li begged painfully as tears rolled down her face. Master, that child was hidden by Wu Zicheng. Qingqing doesn't know. No matter how selfish she was, she couldn't personally send her own child to the gates of hell. Li Qingqing was very clear that if Yao Zhenting knew where Bowen was, Bowen would definitely die a horrible death. All right. Guards. Drag these three out and beat them to death. Yao Zhenting roared angrily. Immediately, a servant came in and dragged Li Qingqing and the other two out of the main hole. Master. Spare me. Qingqing knows her wrongs. When Yao Moen saw that Li Qingqing was begging loudly but still hadn't said Bowen's whereabouts, she sighed inwardly in relief. Fortunately, Li Qingqing had given her a reason to save her. If Li Qingqing had revealed Bowen's hiding place in order to save her life, then she really would have died. When he heard Yao Moen and Lu Xing's low murmurs, his grave expression relaxed slightly. Master, should Yao Tu help you back to your room to rest? Asked Yao Tu worriedly as he looked at Yao Zhenting's trembling body. Steward Yao, let Wanner support father. You stay behind to take care of Yi Junqing. Yao Moen found an opportunity to get up and glanced at Yi Junqing before leaving. Chapter 174. You have to wait for me, otherwise I'll be disappointed. After saying this, Yao Mo1 walked to Yao Zhenting's side and helped him out of the main hole. Even after Yao Mo1 left, Yi Junqing was still puzzled. How did she know he was going to leave? Was it that obvious? Prince, please sit for a moment. This old servant will have the servants prepare some tea. Yao Tu respectfully walked to Yi Junqing's side and saluted. There's no need. Yi Junqing subconsciously got up to leave, but Yao Mowan's words suddenly echoed in his ears, so he sat back down. There's no need, Ben Wang isn't thirsty. Yi Junqing indifferently said, questioning himself 10,000 times. What does her disappointment have to do with you all? However, he still sat as steady as Mount Tai. Outside the main room, Yao Mo ordered Tingyu to stand guard outside while she helped Yao Ting into the inner room. Damned Li Qingqing. Even killing her isn't enough. Cough cough. Yao Ting muttered this the entire way. Now that he was back in the room, he was still chattering. Father, don't get angry. Yao Mo helped Yao Ting to the couch, then walked to the table to pour a cup of tea for him. A cold smile flashed on her lips. How can this old man not be angry? First it was Su Muzi, now it's Li Qingqing. These two lowly women actually did improper things behind this old man's back. What I hate the most is that they gave this old man hope. Son. But both of them are vile spawns. How preposterous. This old man will definitely find that little vile spawn and chop him to death. Yao Ting didn't take the teacup Yao Mo handed him and just roared fiercely. Based on this, besides Mo Wan's mother who didn't betray you, even Do Xianglan had hooked up with a performer. Yao Mo leisurely sat down on the chair next to the couch, her fingertips stroking the rim of the cup. The high-quality snow porcelain was smooth and comfortable to the touch. Mo Li. It's a pity Mo Li didn't give birth to a son, otherwise. Just as Yao Ting was complaining, Yu Mao suddenly looked towards Yao Mo with an astonished expression. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Do Xianglan to humiliate mother and poison mother's food, right? Yao Moan's eyes were completely unruffled and her expression was as calm as a lake. In particular, the corners of her lips had curled up slightly. Yao Ting simply didn't dare to believe his eyes and couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? Was Moan wrong? Actually, Moan never understood that even if mother didn't give birth to a son, she still gave birth to the mother of the country. Yao Suwan was nothing more than a noble consort. Logically speaking, the person father should be afraid of wasn't Do Xianglan but mother. It can be seen that father's way of doing things isn't something an ordinary person can understand. Yao Moan lifted the lid of the tea and took a small sip as she spoke. Moan, why you're not stupid anymore? How is this possible? Yao Ting looked towards Yao Moan in shock. That's possible, but if a father wants a son, then it's definitely impossible. Yao Moan's cold gaze pierced Yao Ting's eyes like two beams of light. Why? Yao Ting asked angrily. Does father still remember the jar of new hong that Moan brought over from the palace? Yao Moan asked carelessly. The smile on her lips was as beautiful as a fairy's. I remember. So what? Yao Ting looked towards Yao Moan coldly. I don't know if father felt it at the time, but other than the rich fragrance of the wine, there was also an astringent taste. It was very faint, but if father tasted it carefully, you should be able to feel it. Yao Moan used the lid of the tea to scoop up a few tender leaves in the cup as she carefully spoke. What exactly do you want to say? Yao Ting looked towards Yao Moan in alarm. Even though it had already been confirmed, he still couldn't accept that his daughter, who was so foolish that she only knew how to laugh and cry, had actually become so scheming. Moan wants to say that there was rootless water that Moan had specially prepared for father. Yao Moan raised her eyes and spoke seriously. Rootless water. What is that? Yao Ting's brows furrowed tightly as a chill gradually rose from the bottom of his heart. To think that father is the prime minister of a country. Such a superficial name shouldn't be hard to understand, right? The main point of rootless water lies in the word rootless. After father drinks it, not to mention a son, he won't even be able to give birth to a daughter. Yao Moan looked towards Enchanting with a face full of pity. What did you say? Enchanting was shocked when he heard this. Then he angrily stood up and glared at Yao Moan. What Moan wanted to say, Wu Zicheng already said it. Father is destined to have the life of a eunuch, destined to die without a son. Yao Moan's voice was cold and her eyes were cold. Why? This old man is your father. Yao Zhenting roared. That's right, you are indeed Moan's father. This is a humiliation that Moan will never be able to shake off. Yao Moan leisurely stood up and slowly walked to the table. She placed the teacup on the table and sat down facing Yao Zhenting. Just who are you? Just who are you? This was the first time Yao Zhenting felt fear and even panic when facing this daughter who he had once found troublesome to even look at. Prime Minister Fu's 3,000 gold, father's youngest daughter. Father doesn't remember. Yao Moan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Zhenting. Yao Moan found the various expressions on that shocked face very funny. She never knew that her own father was actually an emperor of expressions. No. You're an animal. You're an animal. How could you drug this old man? You severed this old man's root, this old man will take your life. After the shock, Yao Zhenting finally sobered up and charged towards Yao Moan. Just as Yao Zhenting's hand was about to grab Yao Moan's snow-white neck, Yao Moan suddenly stood up. Her cold eyes were like a wild wolf darting through the forest in the dark night, emitting a cold green light. The sudden rise of pressure forced Yao Zhenting to not dare take another step forward. You dare. Moan is currently the most pampered woman in the 6 palaces. She is the woman at the apex of His Majesty's heart. If you dare touch a single hair on Ben Gong has the ability to turn the entire Yao residence into ashes in a day. The current Yao Moan was like the king of hell. The cold aura on her body caused the temperature in the room to drop to freezing point. You're so ruthless. Yao Zhenting gritted his teeth as he growled, but his body didn't dare to move. No matter how ruthless Moan is, she can't be more ruthless than you, father. You watched as mother was poisoned to death by Do Xianglan. Not only did you indulge her, you even threw mother's corpse into the mass grave. At that moment, did you ever think that not only did mother diligently serve you for several decades, she even gave birth to a pair of daughters for you? One of them is even the current empress. Yao Moan's voice was like a funeral bell ringing in Yao Zhenting's ears. The shock that voice brought to Yao Zhenting nearly shattered his heart. So what if she's the empress? The benefits that Yao Maxin brought to this old man aren't even as much as Yao Sulwan. That bastard only has His Majesty in her heart. She never thinks for this old man when she does things. Yao Zhenting fiercely faced Yao Moan's hateful gaze as he spoke confidently. At this moment, it was as if someone had thrown her heart into a cold pond. So this was the reason why father treated mother so coldly. All of the hatred and regret in her heart instantly erupted. At that time, she really should have been hacked into pieces. So in father's eyes, eldest sister's death is a joyous occasion. Yao Moan restrained the bone-piercing hatred in her heart and coldly looked towards Yao Zhenting. A joyous occasion as big as the heavens. Only with her death can Yao Sulwan become empress. The heavens have eyes. The bastard actually had an illicit relationship with a man and even gave birth to a bastard. She deserved to die. Yao Zhenting hysterically cursed as if the person he was cursing had a blood feud with. Chapter 175. And, father's words are correct. The heavens truly have eyes. Although eldest sister died, Yao Sulwan wasn't able to become empress as she wished. Instead, it was Moen who, due to a freak combination of factors, became the most favored noble consort in the 6 palaces. Father you probably didn't expect this, right? Yao Moen suddenly put away her angry expression and looked towards Yao Jinting. Just how long have you been pretending to be a fool? Yao Jinting looked towards Yao Moen coldly. The moment mother died, Moen was right outside Xu Jingxian's door. At that time, Moen swore that one day, Moen would make everyone who had humiliated mother pay the price. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved coldly and her eyes were cold. So early. Then everything that happened afterwards was done by you. You meticulously planned everything. Yao Jinting suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and his hair stood on end. That's right, everything that happened after you returned from Happy Spring Courtyard was Moen's masterpiece. Gao Momo's death, Do Xianglan's death, pushing Huan Kai'er into the water, causing Huan Heng to view you as his mortal enemy, Yao Sulwan falling from the position of imperial noble consort. Oh, also, Su Muzi and Mingyu should be very far away thanking this consort right now. As for Bowen, even if Li Qingqing told you where he was hiding, you wouldn't be able to find him because Moen had already placed him in a safe place. Very soon, he'll be able to reunite with his mother. Yao Moen looked at Yao Jinting's twisted expression in delight. The hatred in her heart finally had an outlet to vent. At this moment, she really wanted mother to see Yao Jinting's current ugliness. Impossible. Li Qingqing was already beaten to death by this old man. Yao Jinting retreated step by step from Yao Moen's words. His eyes were filled with unconcealable panic. Father personally did it. You saw it with your own eyes. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile. That smile was as refreshing as a little flower swaying in the wind in a green field. It was perfect and flawless, but in Yao Jinting's eyes, it was like a demon's malevolence. When he heard this, Yao Jinting rushed out of the room and stumbled towards the violence room. Your Highness, are you all right? Outside the door, Ting Yu's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at her mistress with heartache. There were some things that could only be understood by experiencing it herself. Even if she was heartbroken over Second Furin's death, she could not be compared to her mistress. She had seen her mother being killed with her own eyes and could only endure it. What kind of heartache was that? Do you know why Ben Gong told him the truth? Yao Imo Wan's gaze was as deep as the night sky, without a trace of light. This servant doesn't understand. Ting Yu followed behind Yao Moen and shook her head. Because I want him to have hatred in his heart. Living with hatred is a form of torture. Watching the person he hates prosper and rise above him is a form of torture. This consort will make him pay a price that even he can't imagine for everything he's done. Yao Moen sneered. As a person who had been reborn, the only thing she had to do was to be worthy of herself. When she saw Yi Junqing walk out of the main hall to greet her, her lips curved into a relieved smile. Thankfully, he was still by her side after her rebirth. Are you okay? This prince saw Prime Minister running towards the southwest just now. You seemed a bit strange. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. After confirming that Yao Moen was fine, he sighed in relief. I'm fine now, but I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be fine later. Yao Moen walked leisurely at the front. This was the reason she had brought Yi Junqing here. If Yao Jinting really did get angry, there should be someone to protect her. Just because she revealed her identity to Yao Jinting didn't mean that she wanted everyone to know about her current state. What do you mean? While Yi Junqing was still unconvinced, Yao Moen had already started walking towards the violent room. Before she even reached the violent room, Yao Moen could already hear Yao Jinting's howl. Where's Li Qingqing? This old man is asking you guys. Speak. As he looked at the empty violent room, the veins on Yao Jinting's forehead were about to burst and his eyes were bloodshot. Replying master, it was Consort Yao's subordinate, Lu Xing, who took them away. It had nothing to do with us. The men who had been carrying out the punishment all knelt on the ground as they trembled as they reported. This is Prime Minister Yao's residence, what right does she have? Come, drag them away and give each of them 50 strokes of the paddle. Enchanting was so furious that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fortunately, Yao too was supporting him, so he didn't fall to the ground. Father. Wanderer just didn't want Bo and to be without a mother. Wanderer knows how it feels to not have a mother. Father, don't be angry, it's all Wanderer's fault. At this time, Yao Moan walked over to Enchanting with an aggrieved expression. Her slender fingers tugged on Enchanting's lapel as tears streamed down her face. Scram! You lowly bastard! This old man will kill you. When Enchanting saw Yao Moan's pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear it any longer. He immediately picked up the leather whip beside him and swung it at Yao Moan. Just as the whip was about to hit Yao Moan, Yi Junqing shot forward and protected Yao Moan in his arms. His other hand grabbed the whip. Prime Minister, please conduct yourself. In the end, Consort Yao is a noble consort of the palace, her rank is higher than yours. If this whip lands on Consort Yao, Prime Minister might not be able to bear it. Yi Junqing's brows were sharp and his voice was icy cold. Don't worry about it. If Father felt that hitting Wanner would make Father feel better, Wanner would be willing to be hit by Father. But Wanner really feels that Bo and is very pitiful. Even if he isn't Wanner's biological younger brother and isn't Father's child, Father has still doted on him for so long. Father should just let him go, alright. If Father wants a son, then you can marry another shoe mother. Yao Moan's every word was like a knife stabbing into Enchanting's heart, causing him to almost go crazy. Not only had he been made a cuckold, he had also been raised by someone else, and raised more than one. Especially after he found out about the rootless water, Enchanting really wanted to strangle Yao Moan to death. Yao Moan! Shut up! You vicious woman! You're a vicious beast. This old man will kill you today. Resolve the hatred in my heart. Come. Tie Yao Moan up for this old man. Enchanting had already lost all rationality and was shouting hysterically. In this instant, Yi Junqing finally understood Yao Moan's intentions. It seemed that not only did she have a problem, it wasn't a small one either. The servants in the residence looked at each other in dismay, then simultaneously looked towards Yao Tuesday. Old master, you absolutely can't Consort Yao is your daughter and also Great Chu's noble consort. Doing this is going against your superior, it's a great crime. Yao Tu had never expected things to develop to this point. Pa! She's a lowly bastard. She's the same as Yao Moshin, a lowly bastard. All of you listen up, if you don't do anything, this old man will kill you all right now. Enchanting's words touched a taboo in Yi Junqing's heart. When Yi Junqing saw the servants rush over like a swarm of bees, he abruptly dodged. In the blink of an eye, all of the servants in the courtyard collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Only Yao Moan remained unscathed as she leaned against Yi Junqing's chest. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Enchanting, if you weren't Moshin's biological father, this prince would have already taken your life. Whether it's Moshin or Moan, they're both existences that you don't deserve to be so impudent. This prince will report today's matter truthfully to His Majesty. At that time, His Majesty will naturally deal with your crime of going against your superior. His clear voice was filled with a bone-piercing chill. His voice rang out like a bell, and his eyes in particular caused Enchanting's heart to turn cold. How could you be so fierce to father? Yao Moan angrily pushed Yi Junqing away and turned to walk towards Enchanting. When she got in front of him, she bent down slightly and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Don't have any delusions of finding Li Qingqing and Bowen. There's no one that Moen can't save if she wants to. This old man won't let you off. Yao Zhenting clenched his teeth and the flames in his eyes seemed like they wanted to burn Yao Moen alive. Same here. Yao Moen's voice suddenly brightened. Chapter 176. Father, don't be angry. Even if you don't have a son, you still have Wanner, your daughter. Yao Moen returned to Yi Juanqing's side with tears streaming down her face. Yao Moen's tears still hadn't dried up even after they left the residence. Inside the carriage, Yi Juanqing looked at Yao Moen's tear-stained face and hesitated for a long time before speaking. If it was just about Li Qingqing, Yao Zhenting wouldn't have been so affected by you. What exactly happened? This prince doesn't understand. Why do you hate Yao Zhenting? Why would he mention Ma Xin? Yi Juanqing's eyes were filled with suspicion. Yi Juanqing cared a lot about anything related to Yao Ma Xin. Why would Moen tell you? Yao Moen wiped away her tears as she spoke resentfully. She had lost a few tears, but it was enough to anger Yao Zhenting half to death. She had won this round. It's because you used Junqing as a spear, so you should at least give me something in return, right? Yi Juanqing spoke the truth in an extremely calm tone. After leaving the residence, Yi Juanqing finally understood why Yao Moen had tricked him into coming. Yao Zhenting allowed Dou Xianglan to poison Moen's mother to death and ordered people to throw Moen's body into the mass grave. What does Prince think of this reason? Yao Moen didn't want to hide anything from Yi Juanqing and told him everything. That beast in human clothing, I really should have killed him just now. Yi Juanqing suddenly felt a bit regretful. He even had the urge to get off the carriage and turn back. Nothing interesting once you're dead. Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh foolishly when she saw the indignation in Yi Juanqing's eyes. Yi Juanqing was loving the house and its crow, right? He found out that you're not stupid. Yi Juanqing's indignation gradually subsided when he noticed the light in Yao Moen's eyes. How could he have forgotten that most of the people Yao Moen targeted were living a life worse than death? It's only interesting if he finds out. Yao Moen smiled lightly. She really had to think carefully about what to do next. Then aren't you afraid that he'll tell His Majesty that you're not stupid? Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. He'll enter the palace, but he won't be looking for His Majesty. Yao Mo lazily leaned against the back of the sedan chair. Her jade fingers lifted the side curtain and her clear eyes looked outside before gradually closing. When Yi Juanqing saw the faint exhaustion on Yao Moen's face, he didn't disturb her. If she hadn't told him, Yi Juanqing really wouldn't have known that Yao Moen was carrying this kind of hatred. That was probably why she had been targeting Yao Suwan. It seemed like he had wronged her at the time. As expected, things developed according to Yao Moen's conjecture. On the second day after Yi Hongyi found out about Yao Xiangfu and issued an edict punishing Yao Zhenting's salary for a year, Yao Zhenting appeared in the main hall of Pure Flower's palace. The Prime Minister is a rare guest. Mingyu, serve tea. Yao Suwan leisurely sat on the chaise lounge, holding a cup of pu, or tea that had just been brewed. Her slender phoenix eyes glanced at the solemn Yao Zhenting, her tone full of ridicule. Whether it was Guan Osprey Palace or Yao Xiangfu, as long as there was the slightest movement, she would know. How could Yao Suwan not know about something as big as Li Qingqing's? When she received news that father wanted to kill Yao Moen, Yao Suwan knew that father had definitely found out about Yao Moen's true colors. Suwan, father hasn't come to see you in a long time. Have you been well? Yao Zhenting could naturally hear the disdain in Yao Suwan's voice, but he didn't get angry at all. He knew very well that with Yao Moen's scheming, he alone wasn't a match for her. Especially since His Majesty had reduced his salary just based on Yao Moen's one-sided story, not even giving him a chance to explain. It was clear that Yao Moen had already grasped His Majesty's heart. If he wanted to topple Yao Moen, he needed Yao Sulwan's support. Father. If this consort remembers correctly, the Prime Minister seemed to have said that he only had one daughter, Yao Moen, who lives in Guan Osprey Palace. Could it be that the Prime Minister isn't familiar with the palace and found the wrong place? Mingyu, bring the Prime Minister to Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Sulwan was angry at Yao Zhenting's heartlessness. Whether it was towards her or towards her mother, Yao Zhenting was completely heartless. Sulwan, father had wrongly blamed you in the past. Father never expected that Yao Moen, that lowly bastard, had hidden herself so deeply. Father now finally understands that only you are father's good daughter. In Yao Sulwan's memory, Yao Zhenting had never admitted his wrongs in such a humble manner. It seemed that Yao Moen had truly hurt him quite badly. Forget it. In the end, we're still father and daughter. Sulwan doesn't want to fuss over this. Father, sit. Yao Zhenting was delighted when he heard this and immediately sat down at the table. At this time, Mingyu had already brought over the brewed tea. Mingyu, go guard outside. Yao Sulwan sent Mingyu away, then turned to look at Yao Zhenting. Speak. What did father come to find Sulwan for? Yao Sulwan asked even though she already knew the answer. Father has decided to do everything in my power to help you seize back the imperial favor from Yao Moen. Yao Zhenting thought that his words would make Yao Sulwan's eyes light up, but what he got in return was Yao Sulwan's snort of disdain. It's a pity. If father had said this a month earlier, Sulwan would have been endlessly grateful. But now, the one thing Sulwan doesn't care for the most is imperial favor. Yao Sulwan slowly sat across from Yao Zhenting, her eyes calm. Sulwan, could it be that you're willing to be ignored? Willing to be stepped on by Yao Moen forever? Yao Zhenting was surprised by Yao Sulwan's reaction. This consort naturally won't just sit and wait for death. In reality, this consort already has a plan. However, would father be interested in listening? Yao Sulwan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Zhenting. Being willing to accept Yao Zhenting's request for peace didn't mean that she could forget all the humiliation she had suffered in the past. She was currently in dire need of manpower. Otherwise, Yao Sulwan wouldn't have allowed Yao Zhenting to take half a step into her Pure Flowers palace. What plans do you have? Yao Zhenting restrained the sharpness in his eyes as he asked. Thanks to Yao Moen, this consort's relationship with His Majesty has already reached an irreconcilable point. Even if this consort knelt in front of His Majesty to rub his toes, His Majesty wouldn't even spare this consort a glance. This consort is currently at the end of the road. Fortunately, there's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Recently, Luminescent Prince came to look for this consort. Yao Sulwan gave a simple summary of her situation as she probed. Luminescent Prince? What did Luminescent Prince come to look for you for? Yao Zhenting's brows were tightly furrowed as worry flashed through his eyes. In his impression, Luminescent Prince definitely wasn't a good person. Father is so smart, does this consort still need to say it clearly? Yao Sulwan lifted the teacup and took a sip as she waited for Yao Zhenting's reply. Luminescent Prince wants to rebel. You want to help him. Yao Sulwan definitely had some outstanding qualities to be able to reach the position of Prime Minister. What does father think? Yao Sulwan put down the teacup and asked seriously. Sulwan, you're so muddle-headed. Rebellion is a great crime that will result in the extermination of your entire family. You can't be careless. Yao Zhenting looked towards Yao Sulwan in shock. His heart felt like it had been sucked out. If His Majesty found out about this, the consequences would be unthinkable. If I fail, it will indeed result in the extermination of my entire family. But if I succeed, then I'll be a founding minister. This consort's current situation in Pure Flowers Palace is no different from death. Rather than waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative and attack. Yao Sulwan narrowed her eyes as her voice gradually turned cold. So you're saying that you've agreed to Luminescent Prince's request? President Yaojin sighed. Originally, he thought that of his 3 daughters, Yao Sulwan was the only one who was relatively easier to control. The other 2 were simply weirdos. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Yao Moxin, Yi Hongyi might not have been able to become His Majesty. As for Yao Moan, she was so scheming that even he couldn't see through her. However, this daughter of his that he thought was the easiest to control was also becoming more and more crazy. That's right, this consort has already agreed. Father now has 2 choices. The first is to leave Pure Flower's palace and go directly to the Imperial Study to expose this consort to His Majesty. The second is to support Luminescent Prince with this consort. In the future, when Luminescent Prince succeeds, he'll still entrust Father with important responsibilities. The reason Yao Sulwan had laid her cards on the table was because she was certain that Yao Jinting wouldn't refuse. Chapter 177. Forget it, His Majesty is currently completely mesmerized by that lowly Yao Moan. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. However, Jing Wang is a treacherous person. Are you sure that he won't kill the donkey after it leaves the millstone? Yao Jinting looked towards Yao Sulwan suspiciously. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Hongyi had punished him without listening to his argument, Yao Jinting definitely wouldn't have agreed to Yao Sulwan's suggestion so carelessly. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Even if he regretted it now, it would be too late. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Ben Gong can only take a gamble now. As long as we handle it well, Yi Zixiao has no reason to kill us. Actually, Father has come at the right time. Ben Gong has a headache and hopes that Father can help Ben Gong. Seeing that Yao Jinting had agreed, Yao Sulwan rejoiced inwardly and opened her mouth to probe. What is it? Yao Jinting had never imagined that on this trip to Pure Flower's palace, he would inexplicably become a traitor. Fate made fools of people. He didn't even understand how he had reached this step. Ben Gong hopes that Father can find an assassin to take care of Jing Wang Fei, Duan Zairu. A cold light flashed through Yao Sulwan's eyes. You just said that you wanted to help Jing Wang rebel and now you want to kill Jing Wang Fei. Yao Jinting looked towards Yao Sulwan in disbelief. It's precisely because Ben Gong wants to help Jing Wang that Duan Zairu must die. When Yi Zixiao ascends to the throne, Ben Gong must obtain the position of Empress. Yao Sulwan smiled. As long as Duan Zairu died, she would have a way to capture Yi Zixiao's heart. Are you sure that Yi Zixiao won't fall out with you after you kill Jing Wang Fei? This old man has heard that the relationship between husband and wife is very deep. Yao Jinting still felt that Yao Sulwan's decision was too immature. Father, just do what you need to do. Ben Gong will take care of the rest. Yao Sulwan really wasn't sure if Yi Zixiao would fall out with her, but if Duan Zairu was allowed to live, then wouldn't everything she had done be for someone else? Thus, regardless of whether or not they had a falling out, she had to kill Duan Zairu. Should he help King Jing seize the throne, or should he expose King Jing's rebellion? Yao Jinting thought about it for a long time after he returned to the residence, but he still couldn't make a decision. Therefore, he didn't take action on assassinating Duan Zairu. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan was holding Fluffy in her arms, her slender jade fingers stroking Fluffy's soft body. Jewel, who was by her side, was even more filial as it licked the hair on Fluffy's head. Yao Moan was indescribably moved when she saw this. Yao Moan thought that the words deep affection clearly didn't apply to Yi Hongyi and Yao Jinting. Master, Yao Jinting hasn't made any moves these past few days. Could it be that he's already given up on Yao Sulwan's suggestion? Yin Shui had been hiding in the Prime Minister Fu for a few days, but she hadn't seen Yao Xinting make any moves. If we give up, would the Pure Flowers Palace and King Jing's imperial residence still be so quiet? He's struggling. Based on Ben Gong's understanding of him, this step is definitely very difficult for him. As the Prime Minister, he's below one and above tens of thousands of people, so there's no need for him to rebel. If it wasn't for Moan provoking him a little earlier, he wouldn't even remember that he had a daughter called Yao Sulwan, much less step into Pure Flowers Palace, said Yao Moan lightly. Yin Shui, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. A small provocation had almost taken Yao Xinting's old life. If it was a bigger provocation, then what does Master plan to do? Asked Yin Shui. Since Yao Xinting can't bear to take this step, Ben Gong might as well give him another push. Yao Moan smiled darkly. The reason she had chosen to reveal the truth to Yao Xinting that day was firstly to use Li Qingqing's matter to deal a heavy blow to Yao Xinting, and secondly, Yao Sulwan had been lacking manpower. As long as Yao Xinting was willing to look for her, she would definitely drag him down with her. Yao Moan was well aware that Yao Xinting only cared about two things in this life, heirs and fame. Now that she had broken his dreams of having a son, she would make sure that Yao Xinting truly had nothing left. Inside Soul Sand Garden, Yao Moan listlessly leaned against Yi Hongyi's chest. Her face was a bit pale. "Warner, what are you thinking about?" Yi Hongyi caressed Yao Moan's face with heartache as he asked worriedly. "Your Majesty. Warner heard that you punished father." Yao Moan looked towards Yi Hongyi timidly, tears welling up in her eyes. "You silly girl. If Junqing hadn't told Jin still wouldn't have known that you had suffered so much at Prime Minister Fu." Whenever he thought about how the woman he loved had almost been whipped by someone, Yi Hongyi would feel hatred from the bottom of his heart. It was Warner who shouldn't have let Di Mother go, but Warner really didn't want Di Mother's entire family to be beaten to death. Di Mother still has younger brother to take care of. Yao Moan's tears fell like beans. Not to mention that Jin's Warner didn't do anything wrong. Even if she did, it wouldn't be Yao Xinting's turn to teach her a lesson. Right now, you're Guifei, his master, yet he actually dared to beat and scold you without the slightest scruple. It wouldn't be too much even if Jin killed him. Yi Hongyi angrily rebuked. "Your Majesty. Don't be angry at father, all right?" Yao Moan lightly pulled on Yi Hongyi as she begged. "All right, Jin will listen to Warner no matter what." Yi Hongyi embraced Yao Moan dotingly and walked towards the soul sand tree that represented him. What shocked Yi Hongyi was that this soul sand tree that had always been flourishing was actually showing signs of withering. The wind blew and pink petals fell with it. Each and every one of the withered petals caused Yi Hongyi's heart to ache to the extreme. "What's going on?" Yao Moan walked out of Yi Hongyi's embrace and looked towards the soul sand tree in front of her suspiciously. "Jin just came to take a look yesterday. It didn't seem to have withered this badly." Yi Hongyi's expression was grave, a dark light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Warner remembers that eldest sister said that the soul sand trees in this soul sand garden all follow a certain pattern. If one tree withers, another tree will definitely flourish. Let Warner take a good look. "Your Majesty. Look, that tree seems to be much more flourishing than before." Yao Moan looked around, her gaze finally landing on a soul sand tree in the southeast corner. Yi Hongyi followed Yao Moan's gaze, his eyes as dark as ink. Could it be that there was someone in court who had rebellious intentions? If Warner remembers correctly, that tree corresponds to the constellation in the sky. It's the Xiang star. The Xiang star is surrounded by the sun, that's why it shines so brightly. Yao Moan said seriously, her eyes as clear as water. "Yao Xinting." Yi Hongyi's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. He should have guessed it was this old bastard. Recently, he'd really become more and more arrogant. Not only did he not attend morning court for no reason, he even wanted to whip his woman. Right now, he was definitely brooding over his previous punishment. It's a pity, Enchanting, you never would have guessed that Jin would use the thing your daughter left behind to see through your schemes. It was you who was heartless, don't blame Jin for being unjust. At the side, Yao Moen noticed that Yi Hongyi had sunk into deep thought and knew that her move had worked. She sighed inwardly and smiled meaningfully. As expected, on the second day after they left Seoul's Sand Garden, Yi Hongyi used groundless reasons to hand over several important matters that Enchanting should have been in charge of to Huanheng. Yi Hongyi's decision caused the originally hesitant Enchanting to completely give up on struggling and decide to secretly help luminescent Prince Yi Zixia with Yao Suwan. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui stood respectfully next to Yao Moen. Reporting to Master, this subordinate has discovered that Enchanting has already hired 20 assassins to kill Duan Xiru on her way to 10,000 Buddha Hall to pray. And, once he takes this step, he's already on a path of no return. Yin Shui, come here. Yao Moen called Yin Shui over and carefully reminded her for a while before letting Yin Shui withdraw. After Yin Shui left, Yao Moen was about to return to the inner chambers to rest when she saw Yi Junqing walk in with a sullen expression. Who made Prince unhappy this early in the morning? Yao Moen stopped in her tracks and returned to the chaise lounge to sit down. Chapter 178. Chu Ma Xin. When she heard these 3 words, Yao Mo Wan's hand that was reaching towards Fluffy froze in midair. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes and the corners of her lips twitched. How could it be that brat? Yao Moen suddenly felt a headache coming on. His Majesty just summoned this prince and said that in 10 days, she will send an envoy to Great Chu. At that time, this prince will be in charge. That envoy is Prince Shu Han, Chu Ma Xin. Yi Junqing rubbed his forehead, his voice filled with irrepressible irritation. This really isn't good news. The infamous little devil in disguise. Moen really doesn't understand. Why would Chu Ma Bei suddenly allow his younger brother to come to Great Chu, muttered Yao Moen with furrowed brows. It was no wonder that Yi Junqing was scratching his head. If Chu Ma Bei was said to be sinister and crafty, then his younger brother would definitely surpass his father. Fortunately, Chu Ma Xin was only 10 years old. In terms of ruthlessness and decisiveness, he couldn't even compare to his older brother. However, no matter what, his arrival was undoubtedly a huge problem for Yao Moen. This prince only knows that the brat is best at putting on an innocent expression while doing the most black-bellied things in private. This is very similar to you, said Yi Junqing hatefully. Back when he had represented Great Chu to negotiate peace with Shu, he had suffered quite a bit from Chu Ma Xin. Prince is flattering me. Compared to Chu Ma Xin, Moen is still far inferior. I heard that Prince had only said a few words at the time, but he had given Prince a bone-softening powder, lit some soul-calming incense, then locked the door and lit a fire. He had almost roasted Prince. Yao Moen had also been at the peace negotiations that time, so she naturally knew about Yi Junqing's scandal. How did you know about this? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in surprise. How could Moen not know about something that everyone knows? Prince is trying to cover your ears while stealing a bell. Yao Moen still remembered that after that incident, Yi Junqing had threatened everyone who went to negotiate to keep their mouths shut. However, the esteemed Prince of Great Chu had actually been teased by a child. How could he possibly hide such a violent conversation with just a few words? This prince definitely won't fall for his tricks this time, muttered Yi Junqing angrily. Then Moen wishes Prince good luck in advance. Yao Moen gracefully got up and swayed as she walked past Yi Junqing. But good luck always seems to be so far away from Prince Ah. After saying this, Yao Moen gracefully walked towards the inner chambers. Hey! Don't go, this prince still lives in Guan Osprey Palace and can be considered a member of Guan Osprey Palace. Don't you plan to join hands with this king to face the common enemy? This was Yi Juanqing's true goal. To him, using violence to curb violence was the best strategy. Yao Moan and Chu Maxin could both be said to be weirdos among scoundrels. Moan doesn't have the habit of looking for abuse. With a bang, Yao Moan unhesitatingly closed the door. How can this be called looking for abuse? If you were to take action, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. This king believes in you. No matter what Yi Juanqing said to the door, it didn't make Yao Moan open it again. King Jing's mansion master Yi Zixiao revealed a distressed expression as he watched Duan Xiru tidy up. Xiru, why are you doing this? This prince already said that no matter what happened between this prince and Yao Sulwan, it was just a game. In this world, no one can replace your position in this prince's heart. We've experienced life and death together, could it be that you still don't understand Zixiao's sincerity? Yi Zixiao earnestly tried to console her as he reached out to take back the package from Duan Xiru's hands. You've been husband and wife for 5 years, from childhood sweethearts to now together. How could Xiru not know what you're thinking? You definitely don't have any sincerity towards Yao Sulwan, and you can't even talk about liking her. Xiru is just angry for a moment, so there's no need to be jealous of her. Duan Xiru carried the package to the dressing table and picked up a few simple hairpins to place inside. Since you know my intentions, why do you insist on leaving? Yi Zixiao looked towards Duan Xiru in confusion. Why do you want to get close to Yao Sulwan? And why are you amassing troops in Jizhou? Do you think Xiru doesn't know about this? Back then, when the 5 dragons fought for the throne, you only managed to escape because you promised Xiru to stay out of it. Xiru thought that you'd learn your lesson, but I didn't expect that you'd still be so stubborn and covet the throne. Since you won't listen to Xiru, then there's no need for Xiru to stay and become an obstacle for you. Xiru has already decided to become a nun at 10,000 Buddha Hall to prevent you from being exposed and implicating the Duan residents. But don't worry, if you fail on the verge of success, as your wife, Xiru will definitely accompany you to the underworld. If you succeed, then there's no need to remember that Duan Xiru exists in the mortal world. Duan Xiru's voice was calm and unwavering, but tears flickered in the depths of her eyes. The love between husband and wife was deep, so how could she bear to part with Yi Zixiao? This was her final bet. She hoped that Yi Zixiao would consider the love between husband and wife and give up fighting for the throne. Xiru, this prince can't accept this. This great Chu should have been royal fathers. If the late emperor hadn't used despicable methods to kill royal father back then, the one sitting on the throne today would have been me, Yi Zixiao. Yi Zixiao had never been able to let go of his father's mysterious death. In the struggle for the throne, there's only victory and defeat, there's no right or wrong. As a member of the imperial family, you and I should both understand this principle. Forget it, Xiru won't change your mind no matter what I say. After this farewell, Xiru would rather we never meet again. Duan Xiru picked up her bag and resolutely turned to leave. The moment she stepped out of the main room, Duan Xiru's tears fell soundlessly. Yi Zixiao didn't stop Duan Xiru even as she sat in the palanquin and left. Xiru, don't worry, if Zixiao can obtain the throne, he will definitely make you empress. If Zixiao fails, then it's good that you left. Inside the palanquin, Duan Xiru was already in tears. Tears flowed down her cheeks, wetting her clothes and shattering her heart. She wanted to lift the palanquin curtain several times, wanted to rush back and hug Yi Zixiao, but she forced herself to hold back. Not so long ago, no matter how great the storm they went through, they never parted. But now, this was the only path she had left. Before she knew it, the palanquin had already reached the forest leading to 10,000 Buddha Hole. Duan Zairu was wiping away her tears when she suddenly felt the palanquin stop. "Princess, it's bad." When she heard the trembling voice of the palanquin bearers, Duan Zairu immediately wiped away her tears and stretched out her jade-like fingers. When she lifted the palanquin curtains, she suddenly saw a dozen or so black-clothed men blocking her way. "Who are you people?" Duan Zairu's expression was cold as she calmly got out of the palanquin and asked solemnly. "We're the people who will send you to hell. Attack!" The black-clothed men didn't wait for an explanation and charged at Duan Zairu with machetes in hand. When the palanquin bearers saw this, they immediately rushed forward. One of them hurriedly grabbed Duan Zairu's arm. "Princess! Go quickly!" The entire forest was instantly filled with flashes of machetes. The sound of weapons rubbing against each other was ear-piercing. Duan Zairu was pulled by the palanquin bearers as they desperately ran forward. Behind them, 4 or 5 black-clothed men were hot on their heels. The ear-piercing sound gradually faded as more and more black-clothed men caught up. Duan Zairu knew that the 3 palanquin bearers must have met with misfortune. "Zhao Wu! Let go of me. You should run for your life." Duan Zairu knew that the black-clothed men were determined to kill her and that she would not be able to live. Since that was the case, why should she sacrifice an innocent life? "Don't worry, Princess. This servant will risk my life to protect Princess." Zhao Wu refused to let go of Duan Zairu's hand. It was clear that he was loyal. "Go quickly. Go back and tell His Highness to avenge me. Otherwise, you and I will both die and His Highness will not know a thing. If you don't leave, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide." Seeing that there was a fork in the road ahead, Duan Zairu pushed Zhao Wu away and ran in the other direction. Zhao Wu hesitated for a moment, then ran back to Prince Jing's estate. Duan Zairu smiled bitterly as she looked at the cliff in front of her. Perhaps the heavens were taking pity on her and didn't want her to see Yi Zixiao's tragic end after his plot was exposed. That was fine, dying like this was also fine. If Yi Zixiao still had feelings for her, he would definitely avenge her. This might be a turning point for her. If she could use her death to exchange for Yi Zixiao's life, then her death would be worth it. Chapter 179. You won't be able to escape. The leader of the black-clothed men shouted coldly. "Who ordered you guys to do this?" Duan Zairu looked coldly at the black-clothed men. Her voice was calm and without a trace of fear. "You should know that we can't say." The black-clothed men admired Duan Zairu's calmness. However, since they had accepted the money, they had to do their job. Speechless, Duan Zairu looked back at the bottomless cliff in front of her and finally jumped down. When the black-clothed men saw this, they looked at each other and retreated. When Yi Zixiao chased her all the way to the edge of the cliff, he only saw Duan Zairu's embroidered shoe there. "Zairu! Zairu ah!" Yi Zixiao grabbed Duan Zairu's embroidered shoe as tears welled up in his deep eyes. There was no blood on the ground, no signs of a struggle, and no signs of tearing. Yi Zixiao knew that Duan Zairu must have jumped off the cliff. "I'm sorry. It's Zixiao who harmed you. Zairu, where are you?" At this moment, Yi Zixiao was gripping Duan Zairu's embroidered shoe tightly as he let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. His handsome face was deathly pale and his body was trembling uncontrollably. The pain of losing something he could no longer have made Yi Zixiao feel an indescribable pain. "Your Highness, this subordinate shouldn't have left Princess Consort alone. This subordinate has sinned." Seeing Yi Zixiao's heartbroken expression, Zhao Wu immediately knelt on the ground and pulled out a dagger. As he spoke, he thrust it towards his own chest. At this critical moment, Yi Zixiao abruptly snatched Zhao Wu's dagger away. This prince orders you to quickly investigate the murderer of Princess Consort. If you can't find the culprit, you will be executed without mercy. Yi Zixiao's voice was deep and cold. His bloodshot eyes flickered with an ominous light. Yes. Zhao Wu received the order and immediately retreated. The entire forest was silent. Yi Zixiao knelt by the cliff and held Duan Zairu's embroidered shoes in his arms. His tears blurred his vision, but they cleansed his heart. Zairu. If it weren't for you, what would this prince need this empire for? Yi Zixiao sat there quietly until the sun set in the west and the moon rose from the east. Even when the first rays of dawn broke through the night sky, bringing with it the first rays of dawn, scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to having Duan Zairu by his side. Even if Duan Zairu wanted to become a monk, at least she was still alive and within his sight. But now, everything was gone. When Duan Zairu woke up, she found herself lying on a bamboo bed in a daze. A fragrant smell filled her nose. Master, she's awake. Yin Shui put the fragrant spirit ointment back into her sleeve, turned around, and retreated to the side. What is this place? Who are you? The moment she heard the voice, Duan Zairu abruptly stood up and looked warily at the veiled woman in front of her. Thankfully, Princess Jing didn't ask Jing Axian if you were dead or alive. Yao Moan sat lazily on the bamboo chair, crossed her legs, and rubbed her chin with her jade-like fingers. She seemed to have waited for a long time. You're called Jing Axian. I clearly remember jumping off the cliff. How did I end up here? Duan Zairu still didn't let down her guard. Her expression was solemn and serious. Shouldn't you be happy that you didn't fall to your death? Why does Princess Jing's tone sound like you're complaining about Jing Axian meddling in other people's business? Yao Moan heard the coldness in Duan Zairu's voice and said in disappointment. We've only met by chance. Would you save me for no reason? Forgive Zairu, but I don't believe that there's such a free person in this world. Duan Zairu didn't think much of it. Princess Jing is right. Whether or not I saved you, Jing Axian didn't lose anything because Jing Axian's objective had already been achieved. Yao Moan looked at Duan Zairu, who had been examining her with a guarded gaze, and couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to be a good person. Your objective. You sent those assassins. Duan Zairu looked towards Yao Moan in realization and questioned sternly. Does Princess Jing only have this much IQ? Actually, it's not hard to guess who wants your life. Yao Moan reminded her intentionally. After hesitating for a moment, Duan Zairu looked up in realization. Yao Sulwan. It's Yao Sulwan who wants my life. Duan Zairu said with certainty. That's right. Yao Sulwan's objective in helping Prince Jing rebel is to obtain the position of Empress. Princess Jing's existence is definitely an obstacle for her. Yao Moan analyzed the situation. Nonsense, Prince Jing doesn't have any intention of rebelling. Although Duan Zairu agreed with Yao Moan's words, she still wouldn't admit the truth of Yi Zixiao's rebellion. You can't be thinking that Jing Axian is tricking you with words, right? Princess Consort Jing is worrying too much. In reality, Jing Axian knows far more than this. Of course, Jing Axian doesn't need Princess Consort Jing to admit it. The reason why I saved Princess Consort Jing was because I wanted you to clearly see whether in Yi Zixiao's heart, his great cause of becoming emperor or you are more important. Yao Moan looked towards Duan Zairu with interest. What's the difference? Duan Zairu looked towards Yao Moan suspiciously. Her voice gradually eased. It was just a few words, but Duan Zairu could already tell that the woman in front of her wasn't an ordinary person. Of course there is. If Yi Zixiao has you in his heart, he wouldn't have conspired with Yao Sulwan after finding out that it was Yao Sulwan who harmed you. Perhaps he would have been able to keep his life. If he doesn't have you in his heart and continues to work with Yao Sulwan, then he's fated to not live long. For Yao Moen, there really wasn't a need to save Duan Zairu. After all, in Yi Zixiao's heart, Duan Zairu was already dead. However, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Since Yao Sulwan wished for nothing more than for Duan Zairu to die, she wanted this person to live. More importantly, Duan Zairu was a good person. Yao Moen couldn't just watch as this good person was beheaded. She didn't know if this meant that she was also a good person. Yao Moen smiled bitterly. I really want to know, who are you? Duan Zairu was a bit surprised. Zixiao and Yao Sulwan's affair had always been a secret. Even she had only just found out. However, based on the woman's words, she seemed to know more than she did. That's not important. The most important thing for you right now is to pray for Yi Zixiao and hope that he loves you enough. Yao Moen smiled leisurely, then turned to leave. How long are you going to keep me here for? When Duan Zairu saw that Yao Moen was about to get up and leave, she hurriedly chased after her. When she stepped out of the room, Duan Zairu discovered that she was in the middle of a bamboo forest. In front of her was a boundless sea of bamboo, and the place she was in was a small house with simple decorations in this sea of bamboo. If you still have hope for Yi Zixiao, then wait here for him to pick you up. If not, then you can leave at any time. 10,000 Buddha Hall is 30 li north of this building. There's enough silver and food in the room. You can leave or stay as you please, said Yao Moen indifferently. Then she left the little building in the bamboo forest without looking back. Yin Shui only spoke up after she was far away from the little building. Master, this subordinate doesn't understand. Why did you tell Duan Zairu the way to leave? Aren't you afraid that Duan Zairu will return to the Jing prince's residence and report this? Yin Shui didn't understand. Her master had set this up for a long time. Once Duan Zairu returned to the Jing prince's residence, all of their previous efforts would be wasted. Yin Shui, this consort will make a bet with you. Duan Zairu definitely won't leave. She'll wait here until Yi Zixiao comes to find her. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes shone resplendently. This subordinate believes everything master says. The corners of Yin Shui's lips twitched. A bet? She had seen too many examples of Yi Juanqing's mistakes. Chapter 180. So what if I'm a palace maid? Actually, Duan Zairu wants Yi Zixiao to give up on the idea of becoming emperor more than anyone else. The dragon throne isn't that easy to sit on. If her death can make Yi Zixiao and Yao Sulwan turn against each other and dispel Yi Zixiao's ambition of becoming emperor, then that's what she wants. Yao Moen said indifferently, but a trace of helplessness flashed through her heart. When Yi Hongyi ascended to the throne, countless people had died. If it was that easy to become emperor, someone would have rebelled a long time ago. Just as Yao Moen expected, after they left, Duan Zairu didn't step out of the bamboo forest. She was waiting, she was also gambling, in Pure Flower's palace, when Enchanting told Yao Sulwan about Duan Zairu falling off the cliff, undisguised pride appeared on Yao Sulwan's beautiful face. Sulwan, father is hellbent on helping Luminescent Prince. There's no turning back. You and I don't have any room for regret. Ever since he became prime minister in name only, Enchanting had put all his heart into helping Yi Zixiao ascend to the throne. Sulwan guarantees that father won't regret this decision. Also, His Majesty has already started to seize power, so there's no point in father being prime minister anymore. Yao Moen only needs to say one sentence in front of His Majesty and father might not even be able to keep his head. Now that he has Luminescent Prince as his backer, father has nothing to worry about, said Yao Sulwan darkly. The meaning behind her words was that Yao Zhenting had no other choice. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Yao Zhenting lowered his head in thought. During this period of time, his eyelids had been twitching non-stop and his heart was in turmoil as if something big was about to happen. There's such a huge dark cloud above father's head. Tingyu, is this the so-called dark cloud covering the sky? A clear and melodious voice rang out. Yao Zhenting lifted his eyes to see Yao Moan standing leisurely in front of him with a kitten in her arms. Your Highness, this servant heard that dark clouds covering the sky and blackening the glabella are all inauspicious signs, added Tingyu. Shut up. This old man is a dignified first-rank prime minister. How can I allow a palace maid like you to speak nonsense? The instant Yao Zhenting saw Yao Moan, he suddenly felt all the blood in his body boil. If it weren't for his status, he really would have rushed up and torn Yao Moan in half. Tingyu isn't spouting nonsense, right? Looking at the direction, father should have come from Pure Flower's palace. Right now, everyone in the imperial palace knew that second sister's Pure Flower's palace was filthy, and everyone avoided it like the plague. I'm afraid that father's trip this time has brought quite a bit of bad luck, which is why there are dark clouds looming over your head. Moan advises father to be careful during this period of time. Yao Moan's eyes narrowed slightly as a strange smile appeared on her lips. Yao Moan, if it wasn't for you gossiping to His Majesty, this old man wouldn't have ended up like this. However, don't be too pleased with yourself. One day, I will make you regret it. Yao Zhenting fiercely cursed. If he succeeds in the future, the first thing he'll do is tie Yao Mo to the execution ground and personally watch as she's executed by 1,000 cuts. Father's words really wrongly accuse Wan. If it weren't for Wan persuading His Majesty to calm down, who knows where father's head would be right now, said Yao Moan seriously as she blinked her clear eyes. How could you be so kind? Ever since that day at Yao Xiangfu, Yao Zhenting had been carefully thinking about the past and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If Yao Mo had wanted to, he would have died a long time ago. It looks like only father understands my heart. Wan naturally wouldn't be so kind. Wan just feels that chopping off father's head so early isn't satisfying enough. Although the game will end one day, Wan pays attention to the process of the game. If it ends too early, then it'll be boring. Don't you think so, father? Yao Mo-wan's leisurely expression completely infuriated Yao Zhenting. Yao Mo-wan, it's still unknown who will win, so don't be too happy too early. After throwing down these words, Yao Zhenting angrily walked around Yao Mo-wan. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Mo-wan suddenly pushed Jewel, who was in her arms. Jewel was too frightened and suddenly scuttled onto Yao Zhenting's body. Its sharp claws pierced through his clothes and fiercely dug into Yao Zhenting's shoulder. Ugh, it hurts so much. Damned brute. This old man will definitely crush you to death. Just as Yao Zhenting was about to flip out and grab Jewel, Yi Hongyi suddenly appeared in front of Yao Zhenting. In his arms, Yao Mo-wan's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken necklace. Yao Zhenting, what did you just say? Yi Hongyi's eyes were like two black holes as he fiercely glared at Yao Zhenting. This old subject kowtows in salute to your majesty. At this moment, Yao Zhenting finally realized that he had fallen into Yao Mo-wan's trap. Your Majesty. Father was scolding Jewel, not Wan. What a vivid sentence. Yi Hongyi's expression instantly darkened. Replying Your Majesty, this old subject just. Even though his body was in Chao camp but his heart was in Han camp, right now, his master was still the high and mighty Yi Hongyi in front of him. Just as Yao Zhenting was about to explain, Yi Hongyi spoke first. From today onwards, without Jun's summons, there's no need for Prime Minister to enter the palace. After saying this, Yi Hong-yi turned to look at Yao Mo-wan and lovingly wiped away Yao Mo-wan's tears. He didn't even look at Yao Jin-ting as he left. "Ting-yu, send father off and also, bring Jewel back." Yao Mo-wan deliberately pretended to be timid and gave Ting-yu a look. This servant obeys. Ting-yu understood and respectfully saluted. After Yi Hong-yi walked far away with Yao Mo-wan in his arms, Ting-yu walked in front of Yao Jin-ting. "Looks like Nyang Nyang was right, Prime Minister really is shrouded in dark clouds." Ting-yu had a face full of schadenfreude, her voice full of mockery. "Audacious, you're a palace maid." Yao Jin-ting had a belly full of anger and now he was being ridiculed by a palace maid. He immediately glared at her. "So what if I'm a palace maid?" Even though Ting-yu's position is lowly, she has a clear conscience. Back then, Second Madam had suffered so much injustice at Prime Minister Yao Fu, suffered so much. If it wasn't for Master's indulgence, how could Second Madam have died? People say that a day as husband and wife means endless devotion, but in Master's eyes, Second Madam wasn't even comparable to a dog. But now, in Ting-yu's eyes, Master is nothing more than an animal. Oh, that's right, he's also a rootless animal. That rootless water was personally made by Ting-yu. Is Master satisfied? Ting-yu resentfully looked towards Yao Jin-ting, her eyes full of disdain. Preposterous. Stupid girl, you actually dare. Yao Jin-ting was so angry that he was panting for breath. Jewel, who was in his hand, suddenly struggled free. Before it jumped, it didn't forget to leave a few deep bloody marks on Yao Jin-ting's hand. "Master, don't forget, this is the Imperial Palace, not a place where Master can act presumptuously. I believe that Master should know the way out of the Imperial Palace. Then this servant won't send you off, Master can do as you please." After Ting-yu finished speaking, she leisurely turned around and left with large strides. The moment she turned around, Ting-yu fiercely clutched her chest with both hands. After following Mistress for so long, Ting-yu believed that she had learned a bit of Mistress's moves, but this arrogance was something she couldn't learn no matter how hard she tried. However, Ting-yu believed that even if she didn't succeed, she would definitely be able to anger Yao Jin-ting half to death. Yao Jin-ting had completely thrown caution to the wind in this battle. He wanted to bet his entire fortune on Yi Zixiao. Of course, this was exactly what Yao Moan wanted. 10 days after Duan Zairu fell off the cliff, Yi Zixiao finally appeared in Pure Flower's palace. In the inner room, incense curled up in spirals and candlelight flickered. The flickering candlelight made Yi Zixiao's face look even more angular. It had only been a dozen or so days, but Yi Zixiao seemed to have changed into a completely different person. His handsome face was extremely haggard and because he was so skinny, his cheekbones seemed especially protruding. "Prince, please restrain your grief. Sulwan has also heard of Princess Consort's death, but I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly." Yao Sulwan's expression was mournful as she poured a cup of tea for Yi Zixiao. Chapter 181. Suddenly. Wasn't Zairu's death within Consort Li's expectations? There was no warmth in the light voice and it was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Yi Zixiao's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, the light in them indistinguishable. How can Prince say that? Could it be? Prince, please understand, although Sulwan doesn't like Consort Jing, she wouldn't do such a thing. And even if Sulwan really had the intention, she wouldn't have the ability. Ever since Prince transferred Ling Yun away, Sulwan has been struggling in the inner palace. She can't even take care of herself, so how could she have the spare time to think about such unimportant matters? Yao Sulwan immediately expressed her attitude. This prince naturally believes that it wasn't Consort Li who did it, otherwise she wouldn't have appeared here. Yi Zixiao's eyes gradually relaxed and his hoarse voice seemed to soften. No one wants to see Consort Li fall off the cliff, but it's already happened. Prince should let it go. Right now, there are more important matters waiting for Prince. As long as Prince can ascend to the throne one day, I believe that Consort Li will be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Yao Sulwan's slender arms wrapped around Yi Zixiao's neck as she comforted him. His heart felt like it had been stabbed 100 times with a dagger. It was dripping with blood. Yi Zixiao announced to the public that Duan Xiru had been killed by bandits on the way to 10,000 Buddha Hole. Besides him and Zhao Wu, only the culprit knew that Duan Xiru had fallen off the cliff. But just now, he clearly heard Yao Sulwan say the words, "fell off the cliff." At this moment, Yi Zixiao was filled with hatred. If he hadn't provoked Yao Sulwan, Xiru wouldn't have died. Prince? Yao Sulwan instinctively asked when she felt Yi Zixiao's tense body. It's fine. Consort Li is right. In order to prevent Xiru from dying in vain, this prince should do something. Yi Zixiao suppressed the bone-piercing grief and indignation in his heart, his dark eyes gradually overflowing with splendor. Prince, Sulwan has a piece of good news to tell Prince. I hope it can slightly soothe Prince's pain of losing your wife. Yao Sulwan leaned into Yi Zixiao's embrace, her peach blossom eyes shining brightly on her charming face. Oh. As he looked at Yao Sulwan's fair neck, Yi Zixiao really wanted to pinch it, but he couldn't, at least not now. Sulwan's father, the current Prime Minister Enchanting, wishes to defect to Prince through Sulwan and is willing to follow Prince's lead. As long as Prince commands, father will definitely do his best. Yao Sulwan was sure that Yi Zixiao would be happy to hear this news. Even if his father had lost some of his power to his majesty, he still had status and prestige. The Prime Minister is willing to pledge allegiance to me. Yi Zixiao's eyes flickered and a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his heart. He had expected that Yao Sulwan would be unable to find so many assassins in such a short amount of time because she had been living in the palace for a long time. Now, this question was answered. So it was that old bastard Enchanting. Father also has a discerning eye and knows that Prince isn't an ordinary person. Moreover, with Sulwan's persuasion, father will naturally choose a wise ruler. As Yao Sulwan spoke, her jade fingers slid into Yi Zixiao's lapel like a small snake. With the Prime Minister's assistance, this prince is like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, this is also thanks to Consort Li's help. This prince really doesn't know how to thank Consort Li. Yi Zixiao seemed to unintentionally pull Yao Sulwan's hand away and slowly stood up. Prince is leaving. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yi Zixiao in surprise. At that time, Yi Zixiao definitely wouldn't have refused her invitation. Tomorrow is the 7th day of Xiru's death. This prince needs to return to prepare, said Yi Zixiao indifferently. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He really did need to prepare well. If he didn't give Enchanting and Yao Sulwan a great gift, how could he face Xiru? As for the throne, he had already waited for so many years, waiting a few more years wouldn't make a difference. However, he couldn't afford to wait for Xiru's revenge. So it turns out. Although Sulwan can't leave the palace, she will become a vegetarian and pray for Princess Consort so that she can reach paradise sooner, said Yao Sulwan with a compassionate expression. Ever since he found out that Chu Maxin was coming to Great Chu, Yi Junqing hadn't been in a good mood. Actually, Prince doesn't need to be so worried. Who knows, maybe after a few years of not seeing him, he'll become a true gentleman. Yao Moan comforted Yi Junqing with words that even she herself didn't believe. Regarding this prince is willing to bet with you. I'll bet my life on Yin Shui. Yi Junqing was extremely confident. Ahem. Moan was just joking. Prince can just ignore it. Yao Moan laughed dryly before continuing to eat. It's not that this prince is afraid of him coming, it's just that this prince doesn't understand. The relationship between Chu and Shu has always been tense. There's no meaning in Chu Mabe sending his younger brother to Great Chu at a time like this. Could it be that he wants to use Chu Maxin to stir up trouble and find a reason to send troops? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. They're different from Feng Yihan and Feng Duo. From what Moen knows, Chu Mabe and Chu Maxin have the same father and mother, so they have an extremely good relationship. That's why Moen is certain that Chu Mabe wouldn't use methods to harm Chu Maxin to start a conflict. On the contrary, in order to ensure Chu Maxin's safety, Chu Mabe has definitely put in a lot of effort, said Yao Moen confidently. Then this prince really can't figure out Chu Maxin's objective this time. In the end, Yi Junqing decided to give up. Actually, there's no need for Prince to go through the trouble. Once Chu Maxin comes, you'll know, said Yao Moen lightly. Little did she know that Chu Maxin's objective in coming to Chu this time was her. On the second day after Duan Ziru's death, Yao Zhenting received a secret letter from Yi Zixiao. The general meaning of the letter was that if Yao Zhenting really wanted to surrender, he could meet him at the purple bamboo forest behind the Imperial Cemetery at 1 o'clock and that he had important matters to discuss. For Yao Zhenting, who had wanted to express his intentions a long time ago, this was practically a blessing from the heavens. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was calculating the days. In 5 days, Chu Maxin would arrive in Great Chu. Would she be able to resolve Yi Zixiao's matter before then? Your Highness, Yi Zixiao has started to make his move. The new Xin Shui brought excited Yao Moen. Where? Yao Moen abruptly got up and asked in confusion. The purple bamboo forest behind the Imperial Cemetery. Oh. Yi Zixiao really is willing. Come, accompany this consort to watch a good show. For a moment, Yao Moen felt gratified. It seemed that Duan Ziru hadn't waited in vain. It was already autumn and the sky had darkened just after 1 o'clock. By the time Yao Zhenting arrived at the purple bamboo forest, it was already pitch black. Because it was absolutely a secret, Yao Zhenting didn't even bring Yao Tu with him. He walked straight into the depths of the forest. After about an hour, Yao Zhenting seemed to hear some slight movement and quickened his pace. It wasn't until he reached the end of the forest that Yao Zhenting saw 2 figures. Who is it? Yao Zhenting asked warily and instinctively stopped walking. This subordinate kowtows in salute to Prime Minister. Prime Minister, please. When the leaders saw Yao Zhenting, he bowed respectfully and spoke in a powerful voice. You are. Yao Zhenting was about to question them when he saw the other person walk forward. Prime Minister, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in. The man urged as if they were very familiar with each other. The 2 of them turned and walked towards a nearby hill. Yao Zhenting didn't even have time to question them before he obediently followed the 2 of them. He was completely convinced that these 2 people were definitely sent by Prince Jing to receive him, so there was naturally no doubt in his mind. When they arrived in front of a shrubbery that was about half a meter tall, one of them went in and activated a mechanism. The lush shrubbery parted to 2 sides and a stone door appeared in front of them. When the stone door opened, Yao Zhenting followed the 2 of them in without a second thought. There was a long secret passage inside with torches hanging on both sides. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yao Zhenting finally saw a flash of light in front of him. What is this place? Yao Zhenting was surprised and asked suspiciously. Don't be anxious, Prime Minister. We'll be there soon, comforted one of them. When they walked around the corner, Yao Zhenting was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. The large stone room in front of him was filled with swords, spears, swords, and halberds. In terms of quantity, there were enough weapons to supply an army of 100,000. Chapter 182. I wonder where Bright Prince is. Seeing everything in front of him, Enchanting finally believed that Yi Zixiao truly had enough strength to fight against Yi Hongyi. Perhaps he had made the right move. Prime Minister, don't be anxious. Let's see how tough this blade is. One of them respectfully handed the blade to Enchanting. Enchanting took the blade and instinctively swung it a few times. He could hear the wind whistling past his ears. I can tell it's a good blade just from the sound. Enchanting praised. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the secret passage. Prime Minister. Let's go. The moment they heard the sound, the expressions of the two people who had been chatting cheerfully changed. They immediately pulled Enchanting and ran towards the other end of the stone room. Why are we running? Enchanting was completely confused. He couldn't help but follow the two people into another secret passage. However, not long after the three of them entered, they retreated again. Prime Minister, are you still thinking of running? An icy voice came out of Azure Dragon's mouth. Enchanting's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the sharp sword pressed against his neck. Even now, he still didn't understand what had happened. Enchanting, how dare you forge weapons behind our backs? What are you planning to do? Are you rebelling? The sinister voice reverberated through the cold stone room. The moment Enchanting saw Yi Hongyi, his eyes widened and his body couldn't help but tremble in fear. Your Majesty. Enchanting looked towards Yi Hongyi in disbelief. He had clearly come with Yi Zixiao's secret letter, so why was Yi Hongyi the one who had appeared here? Just as Enchanting was about to ask for an answer, he saw the two people kneel down in front of him. Prime Minister. We will die to prove our loyalty. After speaking, the two of them suddenly clenched their teeth. Not good. When Azure Dragon rushed up to stop them, the two of them had already spat out black blood and collapsed to the ground, dead. Prove your loyalty. Good. Enchanting, no wonder you look down on us more and more. It turns out that you already had the intention to replace us. Now that you've been caught red-handed, what else do you have to say? Yi Hongyi looked towards Enchanting ruthlessly, a sinister chill emanating from his body. No. Your Majesty. This old subject has been wronged. Looking at the two dead bodies on the ground, Enchanting seemed to have been enlightened. This was a trap that Yi Zixiao had set for him. Wronged? Now that there are so many weapons in front of you, you still dare to cry injustice? Yi Hongyi snorted disdainfully as he questioned coldly. It's King Jing. It was King Jing who asked me to meet him here. This old subject also has a secret letter from Luminescent Duke. At this moment, Enchanting spoke anxiously as he took out the secret letter Yi Zixiao had written to him from his sleeve with trembling hands. At the side, Azure Dragon passed Enchanting's so-called secret letter to Yi Hongyi. Looking at the empty so-called secret letter in his hand, Yi Hongyi abruptly threw the paper at Enchanting's face. This is the one you're talking about. In his panic, Enchanting grabbed the letter and saw that there was not a single drop of ink on it. It was simply a piece of white paper. How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. Your Majesty, Prince Jing wanted to rebel. When I got the news, I wanted to find out the evidence before reporting it to Your Majesty. Prince Jing must have seen through this old official's intentions, that's why he framed me. Your Majesty, please understand. This old official is completely loyal to Your Majesty and has no intention of rebelling. Enchanting crawled to Yi Hongyi's feet and kowtowed like a chicken pecking at rice. You said that Prince Jing wanted to rebel. Where's the evidence? Just based on this piece of white paper? Yi Hongyi questioned coldly. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He had long since wanted to uproot every tree in Seoul's sand garden that had ever flourished more than Enchanting. Your Majesty, this room full of weapons is the evidence. These were all forged by Prince Jing. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can look at the words on these weapons. Enchanting suddenly understood. If Prince Jing wanted to rebel, the weapons would definitely have the word Jing carved on them. However, when Enchanting picked up the machete and looked carefully, he saw the word Yao on the weapons. Enchanting, what do you say now? And Bing Shan casually picked up a weapon and held it in front of Yi Hongyi. The word Yao on it was incomparably clear. Your Majesty. This is Prince Jing's scheme. This old official's 3 daughters are all deeply favored by His Majesty, especially the 3rd daughter, Wan. She's the apple of His Majesty's eye. This old official has no reason to rebel. Enchanting knelt on the ground as he sobbed uncontrollably. Whether or not there's a reason is one thing, but whether or not he did it is another. Now that the evidence is conclusive, there's no room for you to quibble. Come, throw Enchanting into the death row and await punishment, said Yi Hongyi fiercely. Then he ordered for all the weapons in the room to be confiscated. In the darkness, Yao Moen could clearly see Enchanting being pushed out of the secret passage with his hands tied behind his back. When she saw that tearful face, Yao Moen let out a long sigh. Master, called Yin Shui worriedly. You think Ben Gong is sad? Wrong, he's not worth it. He's never treated Mother as his wife, nor has he treated Moen as his daughter. Moen naturally wouldn't be so despicable as to treat him as father. Ben Gong is thinking, should we just let him die like this? Yao Moen narrowed her crafty eyes thoughtfully. In Pure Flower's palace, when Mingyu told Yao Sulwan about Enchanting being thrown into the heavenly prison, the teacup in Yao Sulwan's hand fell to the ground. Something really happened to father. How could it be like this? Muttered Yao Sulwan. In the next second, she abruptly got up and rushed out of Pure Flower's palace. When Yao Sulwan rushed into Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was leaning on the chaise lounge and playing with Fluffy. You wrote this? Why? What exactly happened? Yao Sulwan raised the letter in her hand. The string of questions in her mind made her feel restless. When Ting Yu saw Yao Sulwan rush towards Yao Moen, she immediately moved forward to stop her. However, Yao Sulwan abruptly raised her hand. Just as Yao Sulwan's palm was about to land on Ting Yu's face, Ting Yu tightly gripped her jade-white wrist. Ting Yu! What are you doing? Roared Yao Sulwan angrily in shock. This servant didn't do anything. Even if I did, I don't need consortly to discipline me. This is Guan Osprey Palace, so it has its own rules. Without my Nyang Nyang's permission, consortly is not allowed to barge in, rebuked Ting Yu sternly. You! Yao Sulwan hadn't expected that after so many days, even a servant of Guan Osprey Palace would be this insolent. Ting Yu, if this slap really landed on your face, then you wouldn't be fit to stay in Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen lazily got up and walked over to Yao Sulwan. The meaning behind her words was that she approved of Ting Yu's actions. Yao Moen, aren't you worried in the slightest that father has been captured? Yao Sulwan restrained her anger and pulled back her wrist, then glared at Yao Moen. Ting Yu, stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Yao Moen dismissed Ting Yu with a wave of her hand. Then she walked to the table and poured a cup of tea, then pushed it in Yao Sulwan's direction. Father. Second older sister's words are really nice. Even now, does second older sister still have this father in your heart? Yao Moen hit the nail on the head and sneered coldly. Yao Sulwan felt suffocated when Yao Moen hit a sore spot. She walked over to the table, picked up the teacup, and drained it in one gulp. Then she tossed the letter in front of Yao Moen. Don't go unless you want to die. Were you the one who wrote this? Questioned Yao Sulwan sternly. Moen still saved your life, shouldn't you be grateful? Yao Moan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Suwan. Pa! This was all part of your scheme. First, you imitated Yi Zixiao's handwriting to invite this consort to Purple Bamboo Forest, then you used this thing to warn this consort. Yao Moan, just what are you trying to do? Yao Suwan questioned crazily. Chapter 183. Wrong, Yi Zixiao was the one who wrote that letter earlier. In this entire matter, Moan only did one thing, and that was to write that letter to save your life. Yao Moan's expression was solemn and her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. You think Ben Gong should believe you just because you say it? Yi Zixiao has no reason to harm Ben Gong and father. Yao Suwan didn't think much of it. You guys killed the only woman he loved deeply in this world, so it's not strange that he would do this to you guys. Yao Moan shrugged as her lips curved into a cold smile. There's no way he would know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't destroy his own future. He doesn't want to be emperor anymore. Yao Suwan didn't care about those so-called secrets anymore. She just wanted to know the truth. Yi Zixiao was her last hope. If this path was cut off, what would she do? That's why second older sister has an oversight. You may have accurately calculated Yi Zixiao's ambitions, but you also miscalculated his deep feelings for Duan Zairu. There's no such thing as baseless rumors. Since the entire imperial city is saying that Yi Zixiao and Duan Zairu are deeply in love, why would second older sister take such a risk? Yao Moan sneered as she looked towards Yao Suwan. Ben Gong is helping him. With Duan Zairu here, he'll never be able to become emperor. Yao Suwan roared as she looked towards Yao Moan, her eyes filled with resentment. Second older sister is helping him. Or helping herself. Moan doesn't know if Duan Zairu's existence will hinder Yi Zixiao from becoming emperor, but it will definitely become an obstacle for second older sister to be conferred the title of empress. But second older sister, why can't you learn to hide your strength and bide your time? Just endure it for now. Once Yi Zixiao becomes emperor, it'll be too late for you to plan your little schemes. But now, because of your mistake, not only did you cause Enchanting to be imprisoned, you've also cut off your only path of retreat. If Moan's guess isn't wrong, Yi Zixiao should stop for the time being. Yao Moan shook her head as she looked towards Yao Suwan and sighed. Yao Moan, you didn't write this letter to save this consort. Instead, you wanted this consort to live and suffer. You wanted to see how this consort would fall into dire straits, how miserable this consort would be, and how this consort would die, right? Yao Suwan subconsciously retreated several steps as panic appeared in her eyes. And, second older sister understands my intentions. Yao Moan nodded slightly in approval. Yao Moan, you're not human. You are the devil. You're a cold-blooded beast. Yao Suwan looked at Yao Moan fearfully. At this moment, Yao Suwan felt as if she was in a world of darkness and Yao Moan was the ruler of this darkness. Moan is guessing that eldest sister must have been thinking the same thing when she died. Yao Suwan, have you ever thought about what would happen to you if eldest sister was reincarnated? Yao Moan walked towards Yao Suwan step by step until she forced Yao Suwan into a corner. Her cold gaze pierced through Yao Suwan's heart like a sharp blade. Impossible. Yao Suwan's voice trembled and her pupils shrunk to the size of 2 black beans. Of course it's impossible. That's why Moan did what eldest sister wanted to do. It's just that Moan's methods are a bit merciful. Eldest sister, please don't blame me. Yao Moan suddenly looked up at the ceiling as if Yao Machine was there. Madwoman. Yao Moan, you madwoman. Yao Suwan rushed out of Guan Osprey Palace in terror. She was just as impulsive as she had been when she arrived. On the third day of Yao Zhenting's imprisonment, Yi Hongyi issued a decree to confiscate Prime Minister Yao's residence. The money went to the national treasury and the servants were sent to the southwest border. Only one person was left behind. When Yao Tu stood in front of this magnificent residence, his eyes were filled with shock. It took a long time for him to recover. Lu Xing, where is this? This is Yao residence. Not Yao Zhenting's Yao, but Yao Tu's Yao. The gentle voice was gentle and soft, pleasant to the ear. It was like a yellow oriole in the forest, so crisp that it made people feel relaxed. Noble consort Yao. This old servant kowtows in salute to consort Yao Nyang Nyang. When Yao Tu heard this, he turned around. Only then did he discover that Lu Xing who had been standing behind him had been replaced by Yao Moan at some point. Steward Yao, quickly get up. Follow this consort inside to talk. Yao Moan walked up to help Yao Tu up, then pulled his hand as they walked into the residence. At that time, she had said that Yao Tu would be rewarded for his kindness. Now was the time for her to fulfill her promise. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang, this old servant doesn't understand. This residence? Asked Yao Tu as he respectfully followed behind Yao Moan. When ## paid for mother's burial, Moan engraved it in her heart. Ever since Moan recovered her senses, you've helped her many times in secret. Moan should return this favor. From now on, the owner of this residence is you. Moan will have Lu Xing give you the deed, the land deed, and the money you'll need to spend the rest of your life comfortably in the future, said Yao Moan resolutely. This. How can this be? This old servant only did what I could, how could I receive such a reward from your highness? This old servant is ashamed. When Yao Tu heard this, he immediately knelt in front of Yao Moan, his voice trembling slightly. You deserve it. Steward Yao, Moan knows what you're thinking. Don't worry, I've already begged His Majesty to spare Yao Zhenting's life. You can visit him at any time. Yao Moan originally didn't want to mention Yao Zhenting's name, but she knew that Yao Tu's loyalty wasn't just for show. Your Highness. Yao Tu still wanted to refuse, but Yao Moan stopped him. Yao Tu, Prime Minister Yao's residence is already gone. This is Moan's only home outside of the palace. If you're not willing to accept this residence, then Moan will also be homeless. Yao Moan's cherry lips parted slightly as she pulled Yao Tu tightly with both hands. Good. Good. Yao Tu will stay here and be third Mrs. Steward for the rest of his life. Yao Tu looked at Yao Moan gratefully. Time seemed to flow back and he seemed to see the appearance of third Miss pulling at him to ask for candy. After all these years, he had long since treated Yao Moan as his own daughter. That night, with Yin Shue's assistance, Yao Moan sneaked into the heavenly prison without anyone noticing. In the dark and damp heavenly prison, the rats were even more arrogant than humans. They brazenly wandered around and licked the leftovers of the prisoners without the slightest scruple. The rats with slightly special tastes even had designs on human flesh. From time to time, the miserable cries of pain from the prisoners could be heard coming from the heavenly prison. Yao Zhenting was locked in the innermost cell of the heavenly prison. When Yao Moan stood outside the iron bars, she actually didn't see Yao Zhenting at all. Only when Yin Shui pointed at the pile of straw in the corner did Yao Moan notice that Yao Zhenting had actually buried himself in straw. Does father think that he can escape the cruelty of reality like this? Yao Moan's lips curved into a smile. The moment he heard Yao Moan's voice, Yao Zhenting abruptly pushed away the straw and glared at her. It had only been a few days, but Yao Zhenting already looked like he had aged more than 10 years. The few strands of straw in his disheveled hair were especially mournful and sorrowful. I really didn't expect that a grand prime minister would actually fall to such a state. Who's to blame? Yao Moan crossed her arms and raised her brows as she looked towards Yao Zhenting. She didn't seem to care at all about his murderous gaze. Who's to blame? You still have the face to ask this old man who's to blame. Yao Moen. If it wasn't for you, how could this old man be where he is today? How could this be? Yao Zhenting shouted himself hoarse, his eyes spitting fire. Thanks to this devil in front of him, the current him had nothing. Moen is deeply honored by father's evaluation. If it was someone else who caused father to end up like this, Moen really wouldn't be happy. Yao Moen said calmly. In her heart, she rejoiced that she had dissuaded Yi Hongyi from sparing Yao Zhenting's life. Now, Yao Moen believed that for Yao Zhenting, living was definitely an endless torment. Chapter 184. You already knew that this old man and Prince Jing were on the same side, so you wanted to use this method to frame this old man. In the past few days in prison, Yao Zhenting had been thinking about it. He couldn't believe that Yi Zixiao would give up his throne for a woman. If it wasn't Yi Zixiao, then it had to be Yao Moen. Father really thinks highly of Moen. Even if Moen wanted to, there's no way she could carve the character, Yao, on over 10,000 weapons in such a short amount of time. Actually, Moen isn't surprised that father still doesn't believe that it was Prince Jing who set this up. In father's eyes, women are cheap things. No matter if it's a wife or a daughter, they're just tools to wield power or to carry on the family line. However, Prince Jing is different. His feelings for Duan Xiru can stand the test of time. Now that father has fallen to such a state, does father feel even the slightest bit of regret? If father was willing to value women a little, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen to such a miserable state in his old age. Yao Moen's expression was grave and her eyes were icy. Shut up. You're just a lowly bastard, what right do you have to lecture this old man? Everyone dies. Even if this old man dies, I won't regret causing Mo Li's death. It's all Mo Li's fault. It's all Mo Li's fault for giving birth to a lowly bastard like you. Yao Zhenting roared hysterically as he pointed at Yao Moen. The fiercer father scolds, the more regretful father is. As for death, don't worry, Moen has already begged His Majesty to spare father's life. However, from this moment on, father will spend the rest of his life with rats here until he dies. Yao Moen's voice seemed to come from hell. Every word was a sentence for Yao Zhenting's life. His Majesty isn't killing me. Why? Why isn't His Majesty killing this old man? Yao Zhenting looked at Yao Moen in shock and anger. His crime was treason. Even if he wasn't sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, he would still be publicly beheaded. However, His Majesty had actually given up on killing him because of a single sentence from Yao Moen. This made Yao Zhenting furious. Moen believes that father really wants to die, because if he dies, he'll be free. However, Moen believes even more that father would never do something like suicide. You're too narcissistic. In this life, the only thing you care about is yourself. Because of this, how could father bear to do something that would harm himself? Yao Moen saw through the man in front of her and her cold voice was filled with ridicule and ridicule. Yao Moen, you're not this old man's daughter. You're a devil, you're a demon. Yao Zhenting slumped back into the straw. He really wanted to use his own death to prove that Yao Moen was wrong, but he really couldn't bear to close his eyes like this. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan's slender fingers gripped a wine pot. During the day, Yi Hongyi had come and warned her not to follow in Yao Zhenting's footsteps. If he found out that she didn't follow the rules in the slightest, even if it was a life and death struggle, he would make her pay the price. Yi Hongyi, you idiot. Yao Zhenting was just a scapegoat. Are you blind? That's right, you're blind, otherwise how could you have fallen for Yao Mo Wan? Fools against fools. Ha! Good. Good. Yao Sulwan furiously poured wine into her mouth as she cursed and mocked him like a madman. She slammed the table fiercely. As the wind blew past, the smell of sandalwood wafted into her nose. In the next second, Yao Sulwan felt her throat go dry and she couldn't breathe. That strong feeling of suffocation caused Yao Sulwan to instantly sober up. Brilliant Prince Yi Zixiao. You damned Yi Zixiao, you actually dared to come to Ben Gong's place. You caused the destruction of the Yao residence. What face do you have to stand in front of Ben Gong now? You despicable and shameless vile person. You cowardly piece of trash. Yao Sulwan used the strength of the wine to push Yi Zixiao away. Her furious eyes seemed to shoot out countless sharp swords that pierced towards Yi Zixiao's handsome face. Yao Sulwan, why didn't you go? Yi Zixiao looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly. He had paid over 10,000 weapons for the sake of killing Enchanting and Yao Sulwan. However, to his disappointment, Yao Sulwan never appeared in Purple Bamboo Forest and Enchanting wasn't executed by 1,000 cuts as he wished. He couldn't accept this. Zyro lost her life but the culprit was still alive and well. That's because Ben Gong's life wasn't meant to end. Even more so, it shouldn't end in the hands of a trash like you. For the sake of a woman, you're actually willing to give up the imperial throne. The imperial throne. It's something that everyone in the world yearns for even in their dreams, yet you gave it up for Duan Zyro. Yi Zixiao, without Ben Gong, you would never be able to become the emperor in this lifetime. Yao Sulwan roared furiously, her eyes filled with hostility. Her only path of retreat, all of her hopes, had been destroyed in this instant. If it wasn't for Zyro to share with Ben Gong, so what if I became the emperor? Yao Sulwan, you father and daughter killed the love of this prince's life. This prince will definitely make you pay with your lives. Yi Zixiao's eyes shone with a cold, bloodthirsty light. In the next second, his hand was already on Yao Sulwan's snow-white neck. The strength of his grip was so great that Yao Sulwan was suspended in the air. Ugh, Yi Zixiao, if you kill Ben Gong, you'll also die. Ugh. Yao Sulwan struggled in pain as she tried to pry Yi Zixiao's hand away. However, the suffocating feeling grew stronger and stronger. She could even smell the scent of death. Right at this moment, there was a whoosh as a sharp arrow shot past Yi Zixiao and stabbed into the wall beside Yao Sulwan's ear. When she saw the sharp dagger shooting towards her, Yao Sulwan immediately fainted. When he noticed the letter wrapped around the dagger, Yi Zixiao immediately shook off Yao Sulwan and reached out to grab the letter. When he saw the contents of the letter, Yi Zixiao's bloodthirsty eyes lit up and he immediately leaped out of Pure Flower's palace. Late at night, Purple Bamboo Forest was silent. Occasionally, there would be the rustling of the wind, accompanied by the swaying of the bamboo leaves. The beautiful sound of a zither was as clear and cold as spring water. It leisurely rang out and filled the bamboo forest. Under the moonlight, Duan Zyro, dressed in a white dress, sat upright in front of a white jade zither. Her slender and soft jade fingers stroked the zither strings, and the music leisurely rippled, bringing with it her current desolation, causing the listeners to feel heartbroken. That day, she had stayed behind full of confidence. She believed that Yi Zixiao would definitely appear. They had experienced too many unforgettable things together, too many life and death situations. So, as long as Yi Zixiao knew she was here, he would definitely come to find her. However, as the days passed, Duan Zyro's initial anticipation and hope gradually faded. All that was left was sorrow and sighs. At this moment, Duan Zyro's heart was like this zither, filled with hidden bitterness. Zyro. Yi Zixiao's mellow voice trembled uncontrollably as he walked towards the small building. Under the moonlight, his eyes were filled with tears. Her heart suddenly trembled. Duan Xiru's slender hands touched the strings of the zither and the melodious music suddenly stopped. However, she didn't dare to look up. She was afraid that everything was just an illusion, afraid that she would be disappointed again. When she smelled that familiar scent, the scent that belonged only to Yi Zixiao, Duan Xiru suddenly looked up. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. There was only 1,000 lines of tears. Duan Xiru looked at the man standing in front of her with hazy eyes. Her hands on the zither trembled uncontrollably. Xiru, how long has it been since you played at Seeking a Female Phoenix for me? Zixiao wants to hear it. Yi Zixiao slowly sat in front of Duan Xiru, his long and narrow eyes filled with warmth. However, his heart was so moved that it felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. He was glad that the heavens didn't take Xiru away. The feeling of regaining something he had lost made Yi Zixiao understand that in this world, the thing he treasured the most wasn't the high and mighty dragon throne, but the beauty in front of him. The only woman he deeply loved in this life, Duan Xiru. The music of the zither started again, carrying with it an incomparable joy that rippled through the entire forest. The moonlight was like a hazy veil. This feeling, this scene, it was indescribably moving. The song ended, but the people didn't leave. Duan Xiru leaned into Yi Zixiao's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Zixiao, thank you for appearing, thank you. No matter what happened in the future, Yi Zixiao's appearance at this moment made Duan Xiru feel relieved. In this life, she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Those assassins were sent by Yao Enchanting and Yao Suwan. Your husband has already made them pay the price. Xiru, don't leave me again, alright? Yi Zixiao hugged Duan Xiru tightly, as if he wanted to crush her into his heart. Chapter 185. Guan Osprey Palace catches fire. Let's not fight for the throne anymore. Let's leave together. Duan Xiru knew that this was an extravagant request, but she couldn't help but say it. As long as she stayed in the imperial city, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. Zixiao will temporarily give up on the throne. Xiru, come back with me. Yi Zixiao held Duan Xiru lightly, his voice as gentle as water. Duan Xiru's heart instantly cooled down. She indifferently withdrew from Yi Zixiao's embrace, her eyes cold and emotionless. Between the throne and Xiru, you can only choose one. If you can't give up on the throne, then let Xiru stay here quietly and don't appear again. At the very least, Xiru won't have to worry about you anymore. Duan Xiru understood the meaning behind Yi Zixiao's words and immediately responded coldly. Xiru, believe in your husband. One day, your husband will replace Yi Hongyi and become a dragon among men. Yi Zixiao walked forward excitedly. Just as he was about to pull Duan Xiru into his embrace, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He abruptly turned around and a cold dagger was already in front of him. Yi Zixiao flicked his sleeve and the dagger stabbed into the white jade guqin. It's not impossible for Luminescent Prince to become a dragon among men, but it really won't be easy. Of course, if Luminescent Prince lives long enough, he'll be able to push Yi Hongyi to death. Once Yi Hongyi dies of old age, Luminescent Prince will still have a good chance. However, Jing Axian heard that Yi Hongyi is currently taking the elixir of immortality. Whether Luminescent Prince will be able to outlive Yi Hongyi is still unknown. Accompanied by the elegant moonlight, Yao Mo Wan stood there in a black robe. The night wind blew her inky black hair, causing it to sway in fine waves. Especially the black veil on her face, it made Yao Mo Wan seem mysterious and unfathomable. Who are you? Yi Zixiao looked towards Yao Moan in alarm as he moved in front of Duan Xiru. In the past, when people asked this question, Jing Axian would always say that it's not important who I am. However, since Prince Jing asked this question, Jing Axan can tell you that it's very important who I am. As long as I'm here, Prince Jing will never be able to sit on the dragon throne in this lifetime because the wise ruler in Jing Xian's eyes is someone else, said Yao Moan fearlessly. Even though he couldn't sense Yao Moan's internal energy, Yi Zixiao was still intimidated by the aura she exuded. Just those eyes alone made it hard for him to resist. He didn't even dare to look Yao Moan in the eye because the sharpness in those eyes seemed to have the power to destroy everything. How can you be so sure? Yi Zixiao forcefully suppressed his guilt and rebuked him harshly. Based on the fact that Jing Axian hid a few forged letters between Luminescent Prince and Enchanting and Luminescent Prince residence when Jing Axian left, if Jing Axian's guess is correct, these letters have already fallen into Luminescent Prince residence. It seems that Prince won't be able to return to Luminescent Prince residence. Yao Moan smiled evilly. Using Yao Xinting's rebellion as an opportunity to drag Yi Zixiao out was a plan she had come up with a long time ago. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yao Moan's original target was Yi Zixiao. Now, she had succeeded. What? His Majesty won't believe it. Yi Zixiao's heart shook and his brows furrowed. His Majesty not believing it is one thing, but His Majesty pretending to believe it is another. Luminescent Prince has a high status in the court. If he could use this opportunity to get rid of his greatest threat, do you think Yi Hongyi would choose not to believe it? Or would he pretend to believe it? Yao Moan's words hit the nail on the head. In reality, the moment Yao Moan mentioned the forged letters, Yi Zixiao knew that he had made a mistake. Who are you doing this for? Asked Yi Zixiao coldly as he stared at the woman in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being used as a chess piece. Jing Axian can only tell Luminescent Prince that even if Jing Axian hadn't acted this time, Luminescent Prince wouldn't have gotten what he wanted. Back then, when the 5 dragons fought for the throne, how could Yi Hongyi be an ordinary person if he was able to survive the waves of blood? Luminescent Prince, with the troops you have, there's no way you can defend against the iron-blooded army that Yi Hongyi had secretly trained, said Yao Moan disdainfully. Iron-blooded army? Yi Zixiao looked towards Yao Moan in shock. So Prince hasn't even heard of it. Forget it, Jing Axian has said everything. Farewell. After saying this, Yao Moan was just about to turn around when she saw Yi Zixiao lift his sleeves. In the next second, Yin Shui was already standing in front of him with 3 silver needles in her hands. A hidden guard with this level of skill, Miss is definitely not an ordinary person. Is the person Miss wants to protect Yi Junqing? If one's status was low, they wouldn't be able to hire a top-notch hidden guard no matter how much money they had. This woman dressed in black was clearly above Ling Yun. Since Prince has already been eliminated, the matters of the game no longer have anything to do with Prince. Instead of thinking about things far away, it's better to cherish those in front of you. Prince, do your best. Yao Moan's gaze was as sharp as a blade and her words were filled with warning. Once Yao Moan left, Yi Zixiao couldn't help but sigh. It was good that there was no way out. At least Zairu was still by his side. On the 5th day after Yao Xiang residence was raided, Luminescent Prince's residence was raided as well. However, Luminescent Prince had disappeared the night before the raid and there had been no news of him. Before one wave had even subsided, another wave rose. On the 2nd day after Yi Zixiao's incident, Guan Osprey Palace suddenly caught on fire. The entire east wing was like a huge fireball. Flames shot into the sky and raged in the wind. Why hasn't he come out yet? This won't do, this consort has to go in. Yao Moan's heart burned with anxiety as she looked at the flames. The embroidered handkerchief in her hands had long since crumpled. When Ting Yu saw that Yao Moan was about to rush in, she immediately pulled her back with all her might. Your Highness. This fire is too big, you can't go in. Lu Xing has already brought people to save Prince. Esteemed Prince will definitely be fine. While Ting Yu was doing her best to stop Yi Junqing, Lu Xing had already rushed out of the fire with Yi Junqing on his back. Lu Xing, how is he? When Yao Moan saw Lu Xing come out, she immediately rushed over. Her legs felt weak for no reason and she almost tripped over. Her expression was especially anxious and filled with deep fear. Your Highness, don't worry, Prince is fine. Lu Xing strode into the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace with Yi Junqing on his back and placed him on the chaise lounge. Yao Moan ran in right after him while Ting Yu closed the door behind her to prevent the people who came to put out the fire from noticing anything. He's asleep. Aside from his face being a bit charred, his hair a bit burnt, and the corners of his clothes a bit burnt, Yi Junqing's breathing was even and his expression was calm. The way Yi Junqing subconsciously flipped over completely shocked Yao Moan. Replying Your Highness, when this servant rushed in, Prince was wearing an ice silk outer garment, so he wasn't injured at all. In contrast, Yao Moan looked at Lu Xing compared to Yi Junqing. Lu Xing's entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. Ting Yu. Yao Moan immediately called for Ting Yu. Your Highness. When Ting Yu heard this, she pushed open the door and looked towards Yao Moan suspiciously. Immediately take Lu Xing to see an imperial physician. Yao Moan urgently ordered. Right at this time, the sound of someone kowtowing came from outside the door. This isn't your business. Ting Yu, remember, you must have the imperial physician diagnose Lu Xing properly. Yao Moan's gaze was grave as she looked towards Lu Xing with heartache. At this time, Yi Hongyi had already rushed in. The moment Yi Hongyi entered, Yao Moan threw herself into Yi Hongyi's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, Wan is scared, there's a huge fire. At the side, Ting Yu silently supported Lu Xing as they retreated. Let Jin take a good look. Yi Hongyi held Yao Moan's snowy shoulders with both hands as he examined her anxiously. Only when he was sure that Yao Moan was fine did he let out a sigh of relief. What exactly happened? Why did the fire suddenly start? Guards! Yi Hongyi helped Yao Moan sit down as gently as he could before sternly berating her. Chapter 186. Replying Your Majesty, the fire outside has already been extinguished. Aside from the east wing that was completely destroyed, the main hall and west wing of Guanyu Palace are still fine. Also, this servant who was putting out the fire found this ice silk robe in the rubble. And Bing Shan walked in upon hearing the noise and respectfully stood in front of Yi Hongyi to report. He was still holding the rare treasure in his hand, the ice silk robe. Where's Yi Junqing? Yi Hongyi's gaze was dark as he asked coldly. Your Majesty. He's there. Before Bing Shan could reply, Yao Moan tugged on Yi Hongyi's sleeve and turned to look at the chaise lounge. Yi Junqing was still sleeping soundly on the chaise lounge without any signs of waking up. He's fine. Yi Hongyi lifted his brows as he looked towards Yi Junqing with faint disappointment. And, when Lu Xing rescued him, he said that he was wearing this. Your Majesty. The east wing is gone, so he can leave now, right? Yao Moan blinked as she looked towards Yi Hongyi with a pout of disgust. Right at this time, a little eunuch suddenly ran in. Reporting to Your Majesty, Great Shu's envoy has sent someone to request an audience. When Yi Hongyi heard this, he was inwardly shocked, but quickly agreed to see the envoy. Shu's subject Huangfu Juanxiu kowtows in salute to King Yu. Yi Hongyi recognized the person just by hearing the voice. The man in front of him was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. His posture was lofty and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. When he met his gaze, his calm demeanor made Yi Hongyi secretly admire him. Please rise. According to what we know, austere prince still has a day's journey to reach you. What important matter has he sent you here for? Yi Hongyi restrained the vigilance in his eyes as he asked calmly. Replying King Yu, His Highness austere prince sent this subject here for one reason. At the time, austere prince viewed Empress Chu as his own older sister. Now that he heard that Empress Chu's younger sister had entered the palace as a consort, in order to remember Empress Chu, austere prince specially requested to stay in Guan Osprey Palace so that he could get closer to noble consort Yao. The second reason was to retrieve something that belonged to His Highness austere prince, the ice silk robe. Every word Huangfu Juanxiu said made Yao Moan's lips twitch. His older sister. She didn't feel it. Chu Ma Xin. He hadn't even arrived yet, but he was already trying to intimidate them. It was one thing for him to commit arson in private, but now he was brazenly announcing it to the public. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Noble consort Yao is His Majesty's favorite consort, so how could she be alone with austere prince in Guan Osprey Palace? I'm afraid this isn't proper, right? And Bing Shan spoke up to mediate. Huangfu Juanxiu thought that Chief Stewardin, as an eunuch, should be more indifferent to the matters between men and women. I didn't think that your thoughts would still be so filthy. Austere prince wants to get closer to noble consort Yao purely out of familial love. He definitely doesn't have any of eunuch N's dirty thoughts. Of course, King Yu could refuse. However, austere prince's intention is that if he can't stay at Guan Osprey Palace, austere prince won't enter the city tomorrow and will directly return to Shu. Huangfu Juanxiu's expression was as warm as spring, but his words were harsher than the cold winds of winter. With just a few words, and Bingshan's face flushed red and his eyes became bloodshot. Forget it. Since austere prince treasures your relationship with Ma Xin so much, we will fulfill your wish. As for the ice silk robe, we don't understand. Since it was austere prince's ice silk robe, why would it be in the east wing that has already been burned to ashes? From Yi Hongyi's point of view, Chu Ma Xin was definitely here to cause trouble and start a war. Right now, he still had internal troubles, so it really wasn't appropriate for him to start a war with Great Shu. Thus, he would do his best to endure as much as he could. This was also why he had given Yi Junqing full responsibility of receiving Chu Ma Xin. If Chu Ma Xin found a reason to start a war, the blame would fall on Yi Junqing. If it wasn't for the ice silk robe, esteemed prince wouldn't be sleeping so soundly. Austere prince felt that it wasn't appropriate for esteemed prince to stay in Guan Osprey Palace, so he came up with this method in hopes that esteemed prince could find another place to stay. Huangfu Juanxiu didn't hide anything and directly admitted to the arson incident. So that's how it is. Yi Hongyi was furious. If it was possible, he wanted to kill this arrogant Huangfu Juanxiu right now, then send people to kill Chu Ma Xin and send troops to Great Shu to kill Chu Ma Bei. However, he didn't have that ability. Next to Yi Hongyi, Yao Moan felt a large bead of cold sweat appear on the back of her head. Reality proved that in these past few years, Chu Ma Xin hadn't become a gentleman at all. In fact, he had become more and more evil. It seemed like he really was about to surpass his master. After Huangfu Juanxiu left, Yi Hongyi ordered An Bingshan to immediately build a luxurious wing on top of the ruins of the East Wing. He also requested that it be finished before Chu Ma Xin arrived in Great Chu. This could be considered a silent protest. Didn't Chu Ma Xin have the ability to burn it down? Then he could burn it down again. In any case, the person living inside was Yi Junqing, so it wouldn't cause him any harm. At dinner, when Yi Junqing woke up and found out about the situation, he clenched his fists and smashed the table, splitting the pear blossom table in two. Actually, Chu Ma Xin wasn't that bad. At the very least, he left the ice silk robe for Prince. Otherwise, Prince wouldn't have the strength to smash the table we're eating on. Ting Yu, have someone change the table over. Yao Moan could completely understand Yi Juanqing's current anger. If it was her, she wouldn't even be able to tear down the house. He's clearly trying to humiliate this prince. Back then, he used this trick to embarrass this prince. Now he's doing it again, and this prince actually fell for it again. Yi Juanqing simply couldn't believe it. How had he unknowingly been drugged by Chu Maoxin? This trick isn't anything new, but back then, it was in Great Shu's territory, but now it's in Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moan very cruelly reminded Yi Juanqing of this fact. So you're thinking that this prince is too weak? Humph. Chu Maoxin is truly going too far. Don't let this prince see him again, otherwise this prince will make him pay. The veins on Yi Juanqing's forehead bulged and his eyes flashed with a biting cold light. Then Prince will be able to make him pay very soon. His Majesty has already ordered people to rebuild the East Wing. It'll be finished by noon tomorrow. Tonight, I'll have to trouble Fluffy to vacate the room for Prince, said Yao Moan lightly. Yao Moan said lightly, but she was also a bit nervous. She had no idea what Chu Maoxin's goal was. When a dragon swims in shallow water, it gets toyed with by shrimps. When a tiger falls to level land, it gets bullied by dogs. Has this prince fallen to the point where he has to fight over territory with a cat? In this moment, Yi Juanqing finally felt a sense of desolation that he had never felt before. Back then, when he was fighting in the north and south, wherever he went, he would be met with envious gazes. But now, even the lazy and gluttonous Fluffy wouldn't even spare him a glance. How could he, Yi Juanqing, have fallen to this state? How? Fluffy isn't a normal cat. Yao Moan seemed to be comforting Yi Juanqing. But it's still a cat. Yi Juanqing couldn't change this fact. The next day, when the legendary Chu Maoxin stood outside Guan Osprey Palace's gates, the main hall was already in an uproar. Moan feels that Prince doesn't need to be like this, said Yao Moan as she looked at Yi Juanqing, who was holding the Flame's soul sword. If he's willing to admit his wrongs, this prince will naturally consider sparing his life. Yi Juanqing hadn't slept the entire night and had been rubbing his palms together. Early in the morning, he had returned to Su Prince's residence to retrieve his most treasured Flame Soul Sword. His goal had been to take Chu Maoxin down a notch, so the chances of him abandoning the sword right now were practically zero. When Yao Moan saw that she couldn't stop him, she decided to just let him be. She understood Yi Juanqing's personality far too well. This matter was related to the situation between Shu and Yu, so he probably wouldn't do anything out of line. Furthermore, after what happened yesterday, Yao Moan had reason to believe that Chu Maoxin definitely wouldn't just sit and wait for death. After walking out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan saw Chu Maoxin standing at the palace gates. Under the sunlight, his emerald green clothes were resplendent and dazzling. However, what shocked Yao Moan the most was that Chu Maoxin's face was completely different from the one she remembered. At the time, Chu Maoxin had only been a 10-year-old child. He had a round little face, delicate features, and a cheeky smile that made people feel overflowing with maternal love. Chapter 187. It had only been 5 years, but the Chu Maoxin in front of her now seemed like a completely different person. His long and narrow phoenix eyes, the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and his curly eyelashes were even longer and more perky than a woman's. His tall nose bridge and peach blossom red lips were curved in a perfect angle. His clean smile was clearly as brilliant as a spring flower, but it gave off a faint sense of evil. He really was becoming more and more alike. Chu Mao's handsome face suddenly appeared in Yao Moan's mind. Ignoring everything else, just that bewitching smile alone was exactly the same as his older brother's. Chu Maoxin. You. After confirming that the person in front of him was undoubtedly Chu Maoxin, Yi Junqing immediately raised his sword and rushed towards the palace gates. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he saw Chu Maxin greet him with a sincere smile. Older brother Junqing. Long time no see, Maxin really misses you. Even in my dreams, I dream of older brother Junqing's valiant and heroic appearance on the battlefield. Wow, it's been 5 years, older brother Junqing really is getting more and more handsome. What should I do? Maxin really wants to hug you. Chu Maxin's words caused Yi Junqing to be completely at a loss. How should he react? As Yi Junqing asked himself this over and over again, Chu Maxin had already given him a big hug. You missed me. Yi Junqing's confused gaze met Chu Maxin's innocent expression. At this time, Chu Maxin inadvertently caught a glimpse of the flame soul sword in Yi Junqing's hand. Junqiu, this prince already said that in all of Yueqing, only older brother Junqing wanted me to come. Look, he even gave his favorite flame soul sword to Maxin. How could Maxin accept such a precious gift? Even though he said this, Chu Maxin still took advantage of Yi Junqing's confusion to effortlessly snatch the sword from Yi Junqing's hand. Esteemed prince, someone's taken your sword. Yao Moan walked slowly to Yi Junqing's side and reminded him. When Yi Junqing heard this, he immediately understood, but it was already too late. Hey, give the sword back to this prince. Yi Junqing looked towards Chu Maxin angrily as he reached out for the sword. Are you on her? Chu Maxin didn't look at Yi Junqing, nor did he care about Yi Junqing's anger. He just walked towards Yao Moan with a smile. Although he was only 15, Chu Maxin was about the same size as Yao Moan. Wan His Majesty said that you are younger than me, shouldn't you call me Wan Jijie? Yao Moan could tell that Chu Maxin was walking the same path as her, so she might as well do as Yi Junqing said and use violence to curb violence. She wanted to see how long Chu Maxin could play dumb and cute in front of her. No, adding big sister doesn't sound close enough. Let's just call her Wanner, said Chu Maxin somewhat willfully. Then do whatever you want. Yao Moan didn't plan on arguing with him about these insignificant things, so she turned and walked towards Guan Osprey Palace. Hey! Return the sword to this prince. Yi Junqing was just about to stop Chu Maxin when Huangfu Juanxiu stepped forward. Forgive Juanxiu for saying too much, but my master doesn't call you Hey. Huangfu Juanxiu's words almost made Yi Junqing choke to death. Ahem. Then austere king, please return the sword to this prince, said Yi Junqing seriously after rephrasing his words. No, this sword was given to Maxin by big brother Junqing. Are you going back on your word already? No matter what, you should wait until Maxin is done playing, replied Chu Maxin resentfully, then followed Yao Moan into Guan Osprey Palace. Ting Yu was the last to enter the main hall. The moment she stepped in, Ting Yu turned around and closed the palace doors tightly. Maxin knows Wanner's older sister? Yao Moan thought that she should find something to talk about, right? Juanxiu said it very clearly earlier. Don't tell this prince that you didn't hear it. Chu Maxin's arrogant voice contained a trace of disdain as he sat lazily on the chair with his legs crossed. His handsome face no longer had the naivety from earlier. All that was left was a sinister and treacherous expression. It was very hard to imagine that this kind of expression would appear on a child that was only 15 years old. You? This prince? Just now, he had been calling her Wanner sweetly, but in the blink of an eye, it had become you? Yao Moan sensed that Chu Maxin was acting strangely and looked towards him in astonishment. What else am I supposed to do? Do you want this prince to pinch his throat and call you Wanner again? You might not find it uncomfortable, but this prince feels disgusted when I call you that. Chu Maxin shrugged and narrowed his beautiful peach blossom eyes. However, you don't lose to Yao Moxin in terms of looks. You're beautiful. Even in Shu, it would be hard to find a beauty as beautiful as you. Chu Moxin nodded earnestly to express his approval. You're so rude. Wanu will definitely tell His Majesty that you can't stay here anymore. Who wants to be familiar with you? Chu Moxin could show his true colors, but Yao Moen couldn't. Just as Yao Moen was pretending to complain, Chu Moxin suddenly laughed. Moxin, you've only been pretending for a short while, but you already feel like this isn't something a human should do. To think you were able to pretend for 20 years. No wonder eldest brother sent me here to test you. Chu Moxin's laughter was just like him, so arrogant that Yao Moen had the urge to hit him. This prince advises austere prince to be more careful with your words. Everyone in Great Chu knows about noble consort Yao's situation. If you dare to speak rudely again, this prince definitely won't be polite. Yi Junqing was shocked by Chu Moxin's words. Chu Mabe had sent him here to test Yao Moen. Wasn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? Just because everyone in Great Chu knows about it doesn't mean that this is the truth. This prince doesn't believe that an idiot would be able to make Yan Nanqing willingly give Yin Shui to her, nor does this prince believe that an idiot would be able to become the most pampered consort in the Chu palace without relying on anything. Yao Moen, don't you think that this prince has some sense? Chu Moxin lifted his handsome face that was so delicate that it was almost adorable, his lips curved in a devilish smile. If someone says that you're not Chu Mabe's younger brother, this consort will definitely fight it out with them. Yao Moen took a deep breath, then lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Moxin. It's because the esteemed prince knows the truth that you're fearless and dared to reveal your true self in front of this prince, right? Chu Moxin ignored Yao Moen's ridicule and questioned her firmly. She was speechless. Chu Moxin was coming at her fiercely. She already felt that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. King Chu and Prince don't get along, but Prince knows your secret. What does this mean? Chu Moxin lifted a jade finger and placed it lightly on his perfectly curved jaw as he spoke pensively. Actually, doesn't Prince feel that these words should be cursing silently? Should you say it out loud? Walls have ears, so Prince should at least be a little more cautious, right? Yao Moen looked at this black-bellied and arrogant brat in front of her. Black lines gradually appeared on her forehead. If this prince wasn't cautious, then there would be no need for this prince to pretend to be naive outside with you earlier. Now that we've entered this room, it's different. With Yin Xiong here, who would dare to take half a step closer to this room, said Chu Moxin confidently. Yin Xiong. You brought Yin Xiong here. Yao Moen was slightly shocked when she heard this. There were only 2 hidden guards in this generation of the Yin clan. One of them was by her side, and the other was Yin Shui's older brother, Yin Xiong. However, Yan Nanqing had previously said that Yin Xiong was Chu Mabe's hidden guard, so why would he be with Chu Moxin? That's right, this prince knows that Yin Xiong hasn't seen his younger sister in a long time, so this prince specially begged the eldest brother to let Yin Xiong accompany this prince. Chu Moxin spoke in a very serious manner, but unfortunately, Yao Moen didn't believe a single punctuation mark in his words. As if sensing Yao Moen's doubts, Chu Moxin changed his words. Actually, this prince is really very curious. Both of them are hidden guards raised by the Yin clan, but between Yin Xiong and his younger sister, who is stronger? Yin Xiong, drag Yin Shui out for this prince, ordered Chu Moxin evilly. Just as Chu Moxin finished speaking, the sound of punches and kicks suddenly rang out from the room. Yin Shui's muffled groan made Yao Moen's heart clench in pain. Yin Shui, come out! Yao Moen called out worriedly. Hidden guards meant that without their master's orders, they would remain hidden in the shadows. No matter what happened, they wouldn't show themselves. If she didn't call Yin Shui out, based on Yin Shue's temper, she wouldn't show herself no matter how heavily injured she was. Chapter 188. Master. When Yin Shui appeared next to Yao Moen, everyone saw the blood at the corner of Yin Shui's lips. And it seems that this Princess Yin Xiong is still slightly better. Yin Xiong, come out. When she saw how arrogant Chu Maxin was baring his teeth, Yao Moen really wanted to teach him a lesson. No matter what, this was still her territory. A black silhouette suddenly appeared next to Chu Maxin like a ghost. Yao Moen looked up and couldn't help but sigh. The Yin Xiong in front of her had an imposing figure and an imposing appearance. His eyebrows were sharp like swords and his eyes were bright like stars. He was extremely handsome and could definitely be considered a handsome man. However, his icy face seemed to be even colder than Yin Shui's. His eyes in particular seemed to be like an ancient well without any ripples, making it impossible for others to see through his emotions. Subordinate Yin Xiong kowtows in salute to master. Yin Xiong's voice was deep and powerful, making people's hearts tremble. And, well done. This prince will remember your merit. When we get back, I'll definitely have eldest brother reward you, said Chu Maxin arrogantly. Chu Maxin, if you have the ability, then fight alone. Don't you feel ashamed to have Yin Xiong stand up for you, said Yi Junqing disdainfully. It's this prince's ability to have Yin Xiong stand up for me. Juanshou, this prince is tired. Chu Maxin retorted disapprovingly, then got up and walked towards the palace doors without even looking at Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Replying Prince, this subject has already ordered people to tidy up the west wing and has already filled it with your favorite aubergine orchids. Prince, please. Huangfu Juanshou respectfully walked in front of Chu Maxin and opened the palace doors for him. Even after Chu Maxin left, Yi Junqing was still shocked by Huangfu Juanshou's words. This prince didn't hear wrong, right? The heart is like a dry well, without a single ripple. That brat actually likes aubergine orchids. Prince, have you never heard of the principle of making up for what you lack? Yao Moen let out a light sigh. The first battle was a complete defeat. This was all because she had underestimated her opponent. However, who would have thought that a 15-year-old child would actually be this two-faced? It seemed like the saying that one would be black-bellied to this extent wasn't without reason. After staying by Chu Mabei's side for a long time, even a stubborn stone could open its 7 apertures, let alone someone who had the same bloodline as him. That's true. If this king knew this would happen, this king would not have looked into his eyes or listened to his words. This king should have just slashed down with his sword. What do we do now? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Now. Yin Shui, go back to Phoenix Feather Manor to recuperate. You don't need to come back while Chu Maxin is here, said Yao Moen sternly as she looked towards Yin Shui. Master, it was Yin Shui's incompetence that caused you to lose face in front of Chu Maxin. Yin Shui wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and furrowed her brows. Do you think this consort is allowing you to return to Phoenix Feather Manor because of this? Yao Moen reached out to pull Yin Shui over as a trace of heartache flashed through her eyes. Yin Shui's silence revealed what she was thinking. In this consort's heart, you, Yin Shui, are the best hidden guard in the world. Yin Xiong can't compare at all. This consort knows that even if you weren't a match for Yin Xiong, you still wouldn't have been injured in such a short amount of time. You treated Yin Xiong as your older brother, which was why you lost to him. This consort doesn't want to judge Yin Xiong in front of you. After all, hidden guards have hidden guards rules. However, this consort wants to say that compared to him, this consort prefers the you who is made of flesh and blood and has feelings. Yao Moen's hands tightened around Yin Shui as the light in her eyes shone brilliantly. Master. Glistening tears appeared in Yin Shue's eyes. She hadn't expected that Yao Moen would be able to see through her emotions at the time. That's right, in terms of martial arts, she might not necessarily lose to her older brother. However, she had really been too excited at the time. When she thought about how long it had been since they last met, she really did miss him. This consort had you leave because this consort was afraid that Chu Maxin would occasionally call out Yin Xiong to provoke us. This consort doesn't care about winning or losing, this consort just doesn't want you to be in such an awkward situation. Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui meaningfully as her lips curved into a resolute smile. This subordinate thanks Master for understanding. Yin Shui cupped her hands in a fist salute as she spoke gratefully, then quickly retreated. Once Yin Shui left, Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. Are you really doing this for Yin Shui's own good? Based on his understanding of Yao Moen, Yi Junqing really did suspect Yao Moen's motives for doing this. Of course. This consort's people aren't to be played around with like monkeys by Chu Maxin. Yao Moen bent over to pick up Fluffy, who was rubbing against her feet. Of course. I trust that once Yan Nanxing sees Yin Shui go back, he won't remain indifferent, right? A crafty light appeared in Yao Moen's eyes and her smile was exceptionally sweet. The next morning, Yao Moen had just walked out of the bedroom when she saw Yi Junqing sitting there with a worried expression on his face. Prince sure got up early. Yao Moen walked over leisurely and sat down in front of Yi Junqing, then turned to indicate for Tingyu to prepare breakfast. I didn't sleep the entire night, said Yi Junqing dispiritedly, his expression turning uglier. It's because of the Flame Soul Sword, right? Yao Moen hadn't known Yi Junqing for just a day or two. She already knew that Yi Junqing's master had personally forged that sword for him and that it held great significance to him. What do you think this prince should do to make him return the sword to this prince? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with sparkling eyes. No matter what Prince does, he won't return the sword to Prince. Yao Moen spoke the cruel truth. This prince will fight him to the death. Yi Junqing got up angrily. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen spoke up indifferently. Prince, don't be impatient. Although he can't return the sword to Prince, that doesn't mean he won't give it to Moen. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow over Yao Moen's eyes, hiding the light in her eyes. When Yi Junqing heard this, he sat back down. He had never trusted Yao Moen so much before, and this was because he had no other choice but to trust her. Was he really going to fight to the death? Right at this time, Chu Maxin swaggered in, then stretched lazily before sitting down between Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. You two sure got up early. Juanxiu, bring some rice to this prince, ordered Chu Maxin. Prince, the imperial chef we brought has already finished preparing the meal. How about you go back to eat, suggested Huangfu Juanxiu carefully. What are you afraid of? That they'll poison me. Would the two of them dare? Right now, Great Chu doesn't have the ability to start a war with us. Just look at the Yi Hongyi. This prince has been here for so long, but he doesn't even dare to show his face. Isn't it all because he's afraid of being played by this prince? If he had any guts, he wouldn't be hiding like a tortoise. If Yi Hongyi is like this, then what are the two of them? Hurry and bring more rice. Chu Maxin was like a proud peacock. Not only did he spread out all of his feathers, he also wanted to shake them 3 times in front of Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing took a deep breath. He really wanted to retort and attack, but he had no choice but to admit that every word Chu Maxin said was the truth. On the other hand, Yao Moen didn't seem to be affected by Chu Maxin's words at all. She continued to sit there leisurely and seemed to be in a good mood. Do you know what Big Brother told this prince before coming? Chu Maxin saw that Yao Moen wasn't moved, so he moved closer to provoke her. I'm all ears. Yao Moen didn't say much. Big Brother said that if you really are an idiot, then we should just kill you so that you don't have to use older sister machines guys to embarrass yourself. If you aren't an idiot, then we should just let this prince kill you because he doesn't want a second Yao machine to appear in Great Chu. But you're so beautiful, this prince can't bear to part with you. What should I do? Chu Machine thought that his words would cause Yao Moen to be alarmed, but all he got was a sigh. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.